Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. In my role as an astrophysicist at the American Space Observatory, I have come to understand that there are truths about the universe that no one outside our field should know. Contrary to popular conspiracy theories, the Earth is not flat, and the government is not controlled by aliens. Honestly, I wish those were the biggest mysteries, because the reality is far more unsettling. Back in 1993, a peculiar event caught our attention. The Hubble Deep Space Telescope, during a routine scan, recorded a star in a distant cluster simply vanishing. It did not explode, nor dim gradually. It just disappeared within a matter of minutes. This particular star was dim, too faint to be seen without advanced instruments, so this strange occurrence barely made a ripple outside scientific circles. At the time, the most reasonable explanation we had was that some kind of interstellar dust cloud drifted between us and the star, blocking our view. The incident was logged and largely forgotten. Then, in 2007, our concerns grew. Two more stars vanished, but under far stranger circumstances. These stars were part of a binary system, locked in a close orbit around each other. If dust clouds had caused the disappearance again, both stars should have gone dark at the same time. Instead, one star faded over several minutes, and then about 8 hours later, its companion followed suit. What was chilling was that this system was closer to Earth by nearly 15 light-years compared to the star from 1993. Over the next decade, after painstakingly analyzing millions of Hubble images, we identified two additional stars that had vanished in 1995 and 2002. All 5 stars were clustered in the same region of space, separated by only a few light-years. The pattern was clear. Some unknown force, moving nearly at the speed of light, was extinguishing these stars. Our instruments at the time weren't sensitive enough to reveal much more, leaving us in the dark. That changed only recently when the new Titan Space Telescope began operations. Officially, it was still in testing phases, but we had early access to its capabilities since February. Our first priority was to examine the areas where these stars had disappeared. If interstellar dust was behind it all, the Titan's superior sensors should penetrate and confirm that the stars were still there. Sadly, that hope was dashed. The original 3 stars from the earlier incidents remained completely blacked out. However, new data from gravitational wave detectors painted a more puzzling picture. The stars' masses hadn't vanished. In fact, they had increased. Even stranger, the telescope revealed a vast web-like structure extending through space, linking these invisible stars together. It was unlike anything we had encountered, a cosmic network composed of filaments spanning light-years. When we focused on the binary system from 2007, the Titan's instruments finally picked up faint electromagnetic signals, enough to attempt a mass spectrometry analysis. For those unfamiliar, mass spectrometry uses light patterns emitted or absorbed by objects to tell us about their chemical makeup, temperature, and motion. What we found was baffling. These stars were almost as cold as the surrounding space, meaning they emitted no heat or light. Their surfaces appeared completely inert. But the strangest discovery was in the spectral lines. We detected traces of elements we recognize like hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and magnesium, but these were rare and scattered. Most of the spectral data did not match any known chemical elements or compounds. It was as if the structure enveloping these stars was made of something not even remotely like ordinary matter. Speculation ran wild. Was this an entirely new form of life? Could it be an alien civilization? The leading theory among us was that these were Dyson shells, immense constructs designed to capture a star's entire energy output for a highly advanced species. The idea of Dyson shells has circulated in theoretical astrophysics and science fiction for over a century, but witnessing something that fit the description was unprecedented. But even that theory fell short of explaining everything. For one, the speed at which these stars were covered was impossible. constructing such colossal shells in minutes defied our understanding of physics and engineering. Then there were the mysterious filaments, connecting these stars over unimaginable distances. No one could say what they were for or how such an immense structure could be maintained. Our fascination turned to dread when, less than a month ago, the Titan telescope detected a series of enormous energy bursts near the edge of a star system about 12 light-years away from the vanished binary. These bursts were unlike any natural cosmic phenomenon. The energy signatures matched patterns consistent with thermonuclear and antimatter detonations, along with other unidentified energies. Though not visible from Earth, these blasts were billions of times more powerful than anything humanity had created. Careful adjustments allowed us to zoom in on the star system. The tip of one filament was passing through the outer reaches of the system's Oort cloud, slowly moving toward the star. The inhabitants of that system were fighting desperately, using advanced weapons to slow the filament's advance, breaking off enormous chunks and vaporizing parts of it. But the structure rebuilt itself almost immediately, growing stronger as it progressed. After less than a week, the explosion ceased. It seemed the defenders had run out of ammunition. We knew that in the void of space, this colossal entity moved near the speed of light. As it approached the inner system, it slowed, swelling in size and preparing to envelop the star. We trained the telescope on the star itself, which was slightly larger than our sun, and braced for what we knew would be the final moments. At first, the star's bright light seemed unchanged, but then small shadows appeared on its edge. Soon, multiple shadows converged, forming an intricate, strange pattern. One of my colleagues whispered in disbelief, "What are those? They look like..." She hesitated, but I didn't. "Leaves," I said quietly. The shadows looked uncannily like elongated leaves and thin vines. Minute by minute, the pattern expanded, blotting out the star's light entirely. It was then that we realized the horrifying truth. The elements we detected earlier were components of chlorophyll. We were witnessing a massive, interstellar plant, a galactic organism spanning multiple light years, feeding on stars much like Earth plants consume sunlight. The filaments were its branches, stretching out through space, reaching new stars to consume. Any life on planets orbiting those stars faced certain doom, freezing to death or being consumed as fuel for this cosmic parasite. The room fell silent. Finally, a young astronomer broke the silence to ask our supervisor, "Sir, we're detecting another filament forming. It's moving." He swallowed hard, then said, "It's headed straight for our sun." Our supervisor's face grew pale. "How long do we have?" Given the speed and distance, less than 30 years. We had just watched an advanced civilization fall to this monster, and we now faced our own extinction countdown. The universe was far more terrifying and alien than anyone had dared imagine. The weeks that followed the discovery were unlike anything I had ever experienced in my career. The atmosphere at the American Space Observatory shifted from cautious curiosity to palpable dread. We were no longer merely observers of the cosmos. We had become witnesses to an existential threat that moved through space with a will of its own. The idea that a sprawling sentient organism could consume stars as easily as terrestrial plants absorb sunlight was beyond anything we had imagined. Yet the data was clear, and the implications were terrifying. Our team worked around the clock, analyzing every fragment of information we could gather. The Titan Space Telescope's advanced sensors provided the most detailed images ever taken of this cosmic entity. It was simultaneously beautiful and grotesque, a vast network of dark leaves and vine-like tendrils stretching across the void, pulsing with an almost organic rhythm. Every leaf-shaped shadow that crossed a star was a sign of a star's life being extinguished. The thought that this phenomenon was moving closer to our own solar system sent a chill through everyone involved. The strange material that composed the plant-like structure baffled our scientists. It did not behave like any known matter. Spectral analysis revealed patterns inconsistent with the chemistry of anything we understood. The leaves seemed to absorb all frequencies of light, leaving no reflection or emission, which explained the star's sudden disappearances from view. The filaments connecting the leaves were like enormous stems, capable of spanning unimaginable distances while maintaining coherence and structure. We hypothesized they could transmit nutrients or energy throughout the organism, but how such an enormous system could maintain itself defied our comprehension. As the weeks went on, the magnitude of the threat began to settle in. The implications were horrifying. This was no random cosmic event, but a form of life that thrived by extinguishing stars, and therefore all life that depended on those stars. Earth's sun was next on its path, and we were powerless to stop it. The timelines were frighteningly short. 27 years might seem like a long time in human terms, but on a cosmic scale, it was mere moments. And for us, it was a ticking clock, counting down the end of our world as we knew it. Attempts to communicate or interfere with the entity were hopeless. We tried sending signals, bursts of radio waves, and other forms of electromagnetic communication, hoping to elicit a response or deterrent. Nothing changed. The plant continued its relentless advance, undeterred and seemingly oblivious to our presence. It was not a hostile intelligence in any conventional sense. It was simply following its nature. Its drive to consume light was inevitable and unyielding. Despite the grim prognosis, the discovery sparked a new sense of urgency and purpose. Governments and agencies across the globe began to quietly ramp up research and defense initiatives related to space threats. But the reality was that we had no defense against a creature spanning light years, moving at relativistic speeds, and absorbing entire stars. Conventional weapons were ineffective. The explosions we observed in distant systems were desperate acts of resistance, but they ultimately failed. The realization that we might face a fate similar to those civilizations was sobering. Within the observatory, the psychological toll was evident. Some colleagues became withdrawn, others obsessed with data and models predicting the organism's movements and potential effects on our solar system. The weight of impending doom hung heavily in the air. Yet amid this darkness, there was also a spark of resilience. We were determined to understand, to prepare, and to find whatever hope we could in the face of such an overwhelming force. Outside the scientific community, public awareness was minimal. The details of our findings remained classified or heavily sanitized to avoid mass panic. Rumors and conspiracy theories circulated, but none approached the reality we confronted daily. I often thought about the irony that humanity might be so focused on trivial conflicts and concerns, unaware that an interstellar organism was silently consuming the stars themselves, moving inexorably toward us. The longer we studied the phenomenon, the more questions emerged. How did it originate? Was it a natural evolutionary process on a cosmic scale, or something seeded intentionally by an ancient intelligence? The idea that it might be a form of life beyond our understanding challenged our very definitions of biology and physics. It did not reproduce in any traditional sense. Instead, it grew by assimilating stars, extending tendrils to new systems in a way that blurred the line between growth and predation. We also pondered the fate of any planets already consumed or overtaken. If this organism was capable of absorbing a star's energy, it might also assimilate or destroy planetary bodies to gain mass or nutrients. The possibility that entire ecosystems, and perhaps civilizations, were erased without a trace weighed heavily on my mind. It was a cosmic horror that was both fascinating and devastating. As the years pass, research into advanced propulsion and energy manipulation has become one of the highest priorities. Scientists and engineers around the world are working tirelessly to conceive methods of deflecting or delaying the organism's approach, though these remain speculative at best. Ideas range from generating artificial suns to lure the tendrils away, to attempting to weaponize the very elements that compose the organism. Each proposal, however, has been met with the cold reality of the organism's scale and speed. In the meantime, life on Earth continues, seemingly oblivious to the fate that looms in the heavens. I watch the sun rise and set each day with a new sense of reverence and melancholy, knowing it might be one of the last such cycles we witness. Our planet is fragile, a small oasis in the vast cosmos, now shadowed by a galactic force beyond any myth or legend. Among the team, debates rage about what should be communicated to the public. Some argue for transparency, believing humanity deserves to know its fate, to prepare emotionally and practically. Others warn that such knowledge could cause widespread panic and chaos, destabilizing societies already burdened by their own conflicts and crises. The balance between truth and hope is precarious, and the weight of that decision lies heavy on the shoulders of those in power. Personally, I find myself torn between despair and hope. Despair for the inevitability of what is to come, but hope in humanity's resilience and ingenuity. If there is one thing I have learned from a lifetime of gazing at the stars, it is that we are a species defined by survival against odds that seem impossible. Whether we find a way to endure or face extinction, the story of humanity is still being written. For now, we watch and wait. We study the growing shadow in the sky and the silent leaves spreading through the cosmos. We prepare for a future that few dare to imagine, armed only with our knowledge and the flickering light of a fragile sun. The countdown has begun, and all we can do is bear witness, hoping against hope, that our species will find a way to greet the coming darkness not with surrender, but with defiance. The observation room was thick with tension as we gathered around the monitors, watching the images transmitted from the Titan Space Telescope. The darkening star fields, once vibrant with light, now showed clear signs of being enveloped by those strange leaf-like structures. Each shadow passing over a star was a silent death sentence, and it was impossible not to feel the weight of that knowledge pressing down on all of us. The scale of this organism was unfathomable, and yet its advance seemed inevitable. Conversations among the scientists became hushed, measured, and often punctuated with uncomfortable silences. We had seen the data, analyzed it meticulously, and yet the mystery of how such an organism could exist and thrive in the vacuum of space eluded us. The traditional laws of biology and chemistry did not seem to apply. This was not a creature as we knew it. It was a cosmic enigma that defied our understanding of life itself. The spectral analysis of the materials composing the plant revealed patterns that baffled even the most seasoned astrophysicists. While familiar elements such as hydrogen and carbon were present in trace amounts, the majority of the readings indicated substances that had no parallel in terrestrial chemistry. These unknown materials exhibited unusual light absorption and emission properties, absorbing nearly all wavelengths and making the stars effectively invisible to our instruments. It was as if the organism had evolved, or was designed, to cloak itself perfectly, hiding in plain sight among the stars it consumed. The filaments connecting the leaf-like structures stretched across incomprehensible distances, binding the organism into a vast network that spanned multiple star systems. These tendrils pulsed rhythmically, as if alive with some internal energy source, yet we could detect no familiar forms of life-supporting processes. Hypotheses about nutrient transmission, energy distribution, and self-repair mechanisms were proposed, but none fully accounted for the sheer scale and speed at which the organism operated. The realization that this entity was moving toward our own solar system was met with a mixture of disbelief and dread. We calculated the approach speed using the shifts in light patterns and the relativistic effects observed in the data. The timeline was frightening, 27 years until the first tendril reached our sun. This short time frame left no room for complacency or denial. Humanity was facing a threat unlike any other, a living force that would extinguish our sun's light and with it, all life on Earth. Efforts to devise defensive strategies began immediately. The idea of weaponizing space or deploying technologies to halt the organism's advance was discussed in hushed meetings. However, every plan confronted the stark reality of scale and power. Conventional weaponry was insignificant compared to a life form spanning light years and capable of regenerating faster than it could be destroyed. The explosions we had observed in other systems were acts of desperation that ultimately failed, a reminder of our own limitations. The psychological impact on the scientific community was profound. Many colleagues experienced bouts of anxiety and despair, their minds grappling with the enormity of the situation. Some became consumed by their work, hoping to find a weakness or anomaly in the organism's structure that could be exploited. Others withdrew, overwhelmed by the knowledge of an inevitable cosmic apocalypse. The hope that had driven us to explore the stars now felt fragile and distant. Outside our circles, the world remained largely unaware. The government and space agencies chose to withhold details from the public, fearing mass panic and societal breakdown. Instead, the media and public discourse focused on everyday concerns, leaving the truth hidden behind classified reports and sealed documents. The irony was stark. While humanity bickered over politics and petty disputes, a colossal organism was silently creeping closer, poised to snuff out our star. The questions surrounding the origin of this cosmic plant haunted us. Was it a natural occurrence, a bizarre evolutionary process on a scale we could barely comprehend? Or was it the product of an ancient intelligence, perhaps a form of life seeded deliberately across the galaxy? These philosophical and scientific debates filled conference rooms, but none offered concrete answers. The organism's nature remained elusive, a riddle that stretched the boundaries of science. We also pondered the fate of any civilizations caught in its path. The extinction of stars would spell doom for any planets orbiting them, cutting off the energy necessary for life. But the possibility that the organism could consume planets themselves added a horrifying dimension. Could it strip away worlds, incorporating their material into its vast network? The thought of entire cultures, histories, and lives erased in the silent shadow of those enormous leaves was almost too much to bear. Meanwhile, the race to understand and perhaps delay the organism's arrival intensified. Researchers across the globe collaborated in unprecedented ways, pooling resources and knowledge. The development of advanced propulsion systems and energy manipulation technologies became paramount. Ideas were bold and speculative, creating artificial suns to lure the tendrils away, developing energy fields to disrupt the organism's structure, or even harnessing unknown physics to dismantle its filaments. Yet all these remained theories, distant possibilities with no guarantee of success. Life on Earth continued with a fragile normalcy. We watched the sun rise each day, each dawn a small miracle in the shadow of an impending cosmic darkening. People went about their routines, largely unaware of the slow approach of an entity that would render the sun's light obsolete. The beauty of our world seemed fragile, a fleeting gift against the backdrop of an uncaring universe. Among the scientists, the debate about public disclosure grew. Some argued that humanity deserved to know the truth, to prepare psychologically and socially for the coming darkness. Others warned that revealing such information would incite chaos, fear, and despair, possibly fracturing societies already strained by global challenges. The balance between truth and hope was precarious, and those entrusted with knowledge bore a heavy burden. Personally, I found myself oscillating between hopelessness and a fierce determination. The knowledge of our potential extinction was sobering, yet I clung to the belief that human ingenuity and resilience might still find a way. If anything, this cosmic threat highlighted the preciousness of our existence and the urgency of preserving it. We continued to observe, document, and analyze, our eyes fixed on the shadowy web growing ever closer. Every discovery brought new questions and a deeper understanding of the vast unknown. Our place in the cosmos suddenly felt smaller, more vulnerable, yet no less remarkable. The countdown to darkness had begun, but the story of humanity was far from over. We would face the coming years with courage and resolve, striving to protect the fragile light that had sustained us for millennia. The cosmic weed was coming, but we would meet it not as helpless victims, but as a species united in hope and defiance. The atmosphere inside the observatory had shifted profoundly as we continued to gather data on the alien organism weaving its cosmic web across the stars. Every morning, the scientists arrived with heavy eyes and heavier hearts, knowing that each update from the Titan Space Telescope brought them one step closer to a reality none of us had been prepared to face. The creeping presence of that star-spanning life form was no longer just a distant curiosity. It was an existential threat, moving relentlessly toward our own solar system, and with it came a growing sense of urgency, fear, and even despair. Despite the dread hanging over us, the team remained remarkably composed. We were scientists, trained to seek answers, to piece together puzzles no matter how daunting. Yet this puzzle was unlike any other. The scale, complexity, and unfamiliar biology of the organism defied the frameworks we had spent years mastering. It was a vast network of filaments and leaf-like structures that grew across light years, thriving in the void of space where no life should exist. Our instruments continued to reveal new and baffling data that kept us questioning everything we thought we knew about the universe. One of the more unsettling aspects was the organism's seemingly deliberate targeting of stars. Our analysis confirmed that it was not random, nor a natural celestial event. The filaments appeared to sense and grow toward the brightest sources of energy, engulfing stars and casting them into cold darkness. Each star that vanished was like a candle snuffed out in the vast theater of space, leaving behind only cold, silent emptiness. It was no longer just a cosmic curiosity. It was a force that erased entire systems and all potential for life. Theories about the organism's origin and nature flourished, yet none provided definitive answers. Some suggested it was a form of life far beyond our comprehension, perhaps silicon-based or existing in higher dimensions. Others proposed it might be a remnant or weapon from an ancient civilization, a kind of cosmic parasite designed to harvest energy on an unimaginable scale. Whatever it was, the discovery sent ripples through the scientific community, igniting debates on what life could be and how fragile our own existence truly was. Despite the growing dread, we also marveled at the sheer audacity and complexity of the organism. Its network spanned multiple star systems, connected by glowing filaments pulsing with strange energy. These filaments seemed capable of rapid regeneration and repair, shrugging off even the most violent cosmic events. It was almost as if the organism was a single living entity, stretching its tendrils through the galaxy in search of sustenance. The idea of a living web spanning the stars was as terrifying as it was awe-inspiring. Inside the observatory, we discussed the implications of this cosmic life form for our own civilization. The prospect of the organism enveloping our sun, cutting off its light and warmth, was a scenario previously relegated to science fiction. Now, it was a looming possibility, one that forced us to confront the limitations of our technology and our place in the universe. It was no longer a question of if, but when, and the ticking clock haunted us all. Scientists began focusing on how to detect the earliest signs of the tendrils' approach. Our instruments were pushed to their limits, constantly scanning the edge of our solar system and beyond for any indication of the organism's advance. With each new data set, we refined our models, attempting to predict its trajectory, speed, and behavior. We knew the organism was capable of near light-speed travel along its filaments, but within star systems, it seemed to slow, perhaps adapting its growth to local conditions. Understanding this behavior was crucial to devising any potential defense or mitigation strategy. Discussions about potential responses ranged from the theoretical to the desperate. Could we harness new forms of energy to disrupt the organism? Would it be possible to destroy or divert it before it reached us? Some proposed sending probes ahead of the tendrils to study and possibly interfere with its growth. Others feared that any aggressive action might provoke unknown consequences, potentially accelerating its expansion or causing it to attack in unforeseen ways. The unknown was our greatest enemy. The psychological toll of this knowledge was palpable. Researchers who had dedicated their lives to exploring the stars now grappled with the possibility that humanity's time under the sun was limited. Some sought solace in their work, pouring every ounce of energy into unraveling the mystery and finding solutions. Others struggled, haunted by nightmares and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. We were confronting the cosmos at its most indifferent, a reminder that the universe did not revolve around us. Outside the scientific community, the secret was kept tightly sealed. Governments and space agencies feared that revealing such a threat could lead to widespread panic, chaos, and societal collapse. Instead, the world continued largely unaware, distracted by daily struggles and triumphs that suddenly felt insignificant against the backdrop of this impending doom. The contrast between the hidden cosmic threat and the mundane human existence was jarring. Yet there were moments of quiet hope. The very fact that we had discovered the organism and understood its nature gave us a fighting chance, however slim. Humanity's ingenuity and resilience had always been our greatest assets, and many scientists believed that with enough collaboration and innovation, we might find ways to delay or mitigate the impact. The coming decades would test not only our technology, but our spirit. In quieter moments, I found myself staring at the night sky, the stars twinkling innocently, as if unaware of the dark shadow growing among them. The thought that these points of light might soon be swallowed filled me with sorrow. Each star was a sun to another world, another chance for life and wonder. The thought of their extinction was a wound on my soul. Still, the work went on. The observatory became a hub of relentless activity, with teams analyzing every scrap of data, running simulations, and debating theories. The mysterious elements detected in the organism's structure were cataloged and studied, hoping to uncover vulnerabilities. Advanced AI systems were employed to predict growth patterns and potential weak points. It was a race against time, driven by equal parts fear and determination. As the months passed, the network of cosmic filaments continued to grow and pulse, an eerie testament to a life form that challenged all our understanding. The images from the telescope grew more disturbing, with entire star clusters gradually darkening, their light snuffed out like candles in a cosmic wind. The world remained oblivious, but within the walls of our observatory, the countdown had begun. We faced an uncertain future, but one thing was clear: humanity would not go quietly into the night. The story of our species was still being written, and we would meet the coming darkness with every ounce of hope, courage, and resilience we could muster. The cosmic web was vast and relentless, but so were we. The atmosphere in the observatory was heavy with exhaustion and anticipation. Years of relentless study, countless sleepless nights, and unending debates had led us to this moment. The cosmic web, the enormous plant-like organism spanning light years, devouring stars, was no longer just an abstract threat, but an approaching reality. It was moving toward our sun with terrifying inevitability, and we had precious little time left. Yet, despite the dread, there was a new sense of resolve. Humanity's finest minds had come together, pooling knowledge and technology in ways never seen before. It was no longer a secret kept in hushed tones behind closed doors. Now the world was aware. Governments coordinated, scientists shared data openly, and communities braced for what was to come. We had developed a multi-pronged plan, equal parts desperate and hopeful. The first step was to harness the very energy the organism craved, using advanced particle accelerators and plasma fields to create an energetic barrier around the sun. The idea was to disrupt the growth of the tendrils by creating an environment hostile to the plant's unique biology. It was experimental, unprecedented, and carried risks, but it was our best chance. Parallel to that, robotic probes had been dispatched to intercept and study the leading edge of the organism's tendrils as they entered our solar system. These probes carried cutting-edge sensors designed to analyze the unknown materials and chemical processes driving its growth. We hoped that understanding its weaknesses would give us an edge in this cosmic battle. The international space agencies worked feverishly to develop new technologies inspired by the very properties of the cosmic web. Biomimicry played a key role by studying the organism's remarkable regenerative abilities. We engineered materials and repair systems that could be deployed across Earth's orbit, protecting satellites and infrastructure from possible collateral damage. On a personal level, the team endured the emotional weight of knowing the stakes. Families were moved closer, friendships deepened, and the entire scientific community felt a shared mission unlike any other. We were no longer just observers, we were defenders of our star, our planet, and everything that depended on that light. As the first tendrils pierced the boundary of our solar system, the world held its breath. The shadow they cast on distant stars had become a terrifying reality around our own sun. The energy barrier was activated, a shimmering field of charged particles enveloping the corona, flickering with electric intensity. Initial readings suggested it was disrupting the tendril's growth, causing parts of it to retract and wither, but the organism was adaptive, pushing harder, reforming faster. The probes sent to the vanguard transmitted invaluable data, showing cellular structures, biochemical pathways, and the astonishing complexity of the cosmic plant. It was an alien life form unlike anything on Earth, yet it exhibited familiar traits, an insatiable hunger for light, complex growth patterns, and the ability to repair damage quickly. Then came the moment the entire world watched. The sun began to dim, not suddenly but in a creeping wave, as the shadowy leaves and filaments slowly veiled its surface. Days passed with the sky growing colder, the warmth fading. Plants on Earth slowed their growth, and ecosystems began to feel the strain. Humanity faced the brutal reality that this was no ordinary solar eclipse but the first stages of our star's capture. But we were ready. The spaceborne defense systems were engaged, firing energy pulses designed to sever the tendrils, disrupt photosynthetic activity, and slow the organism's advance. Earth's orbit became a battlefield of light and shadow, with artificial sunbursts pushing back against the dark vines inching across the solar disk. Miraculously, the combination of energy fields and targeted strikes forced the organism into retreat. It began to shed fragments, weakening as it pulled back its tendrils. It was clear now that the organism was not an invincible force of nature, but a living entity with limits, susceptible to the innovations and tenacity of human defense. As the sun's light returned to full strength, a cautious optimism spread. The organism's presence in our system was reduced to isolated remnants, scattered and vulnerable. Teams of robotic harvesters and explorers prepared to study the remains, hoping to learn from its biology and perhaps find ways to prevent future encounters. In the weeks that followed, the world experienced a profound transformation. The crisis had forced humanity to unite beyond borders and differences, forging new alliances and shared goals. Scientific collaboration reached unprecedented levels, accelerating technological advancement and deepening our understanding of life beyond Earth. The cosmic web continued to exist in the galaxy, its tendrils stretching far and wide, but for now, Earth was safe. The stars once lost to the organism remained shrouded in darkness, a stark reminder of the fragility of life in the universe. But the victory here gave hope that even against an alien life form spanning light years, humanity's spirit could shine brightly. Reflecting on those harrowing years, I understood that the discovery of the cosmic plant was a double-edged sword. It exposed our vulnerability but also ignited a new era of resilience and exploration. We now knew that the universe harbored mysteries and threats beyond imagination, but we also possessed the courage and ingenuity to confront them. Looking up at the night sky, the stars twinkled with renewed brilliance. The sun warmed the earth once more, and life thrived in defiance of the cold void beyond. The cosmic web had tested us, but humanity endured. Our story was far from over. As I left the observatory one quiet evening, the weight of those experiences settled over me. The universe was vast, full of wonders and terrors alike. But as long as we kept looking up, kept asking questions, and kept fighting to survive, we would never be alone in the darkness. The end of this chapter was just the beginning of our journey into the cosmos. Okay, I don't really know how to start this, but it's been eating at me for weeks, and writing it out is the only thing that feels halfway sane. I'm not claiming this is paranormal or anything. I don't even know what this is, but it happened. It's still happening, I think. I live in Manchester Rusholme specifically, and I work late shifts at this cafe near the city center, off Portland Street. Small place, nothing fancy. We close around 7 most nights. My shifts are usually afternoon till close, which means I'm the one locking up while the city's just starting to wind down. There's a lot of foot traffic during the day, but in the evenings it gets quieter. Still safe enough, though. You get your usual people hanging around, delivery drivers, office folks, uni students, a few regulars who linger on their phones a bit too long. It never bothered me. Until I noticed the car. It was just a silver Peugeot, I think a 307. I'm not great with models, but it was one of those older ones with slightly fogged out headlights and a dent near the back wheel. The first time I noticed it, I didn't think much of it. It was parked directly across from the cafe. Nothing weird, just sitting there, engine off, windows up. No one got out. I assumed someone was waiting for a partner, or maybe just finishing a phone call. That's normal. We're right by a pharmacy and 2 takeaways people idle there all the time. But then I noticed it again the next night. Same car, same spot, same time. Still, I brushed it off. Maybe someone lived nearby. Maybe it was coincidence. But by the 4th night in a row, it was getting harder to pretend I wasn't clocking it. And then, after the 5th night, I decided to test it. I left through the back entrance, cut through the side alley, and looped around on foot to the main road. I stood behind a lamppost across the street and watched. The car was still there, headlights off, but I could just make out a silhouette in the driver's seat, not moving, just sitting. I stood there for 10 minutes, no movement, no one got out. Eventually I gave up and walked home, trying to tell myself I was being paranoid, that I was projecting some podcast I'd listened to onto a tired commuter. I didn't see it again that week. I figured that was the end of it. Until the following Tuesday. I went to my gym after work. It's about 20 minutes away in Salford. Tiny place above a chemist's, nothing fancy. I got out around 9:30, and there it was. Same silver car. Parked just a bit down from the entrance. Windows fogged up from the cold. Headlights off. I didn't see the person inside until I was directly across from it. He didn't move. Didn't turn his head. But I knew he saw me. You know when you just feel someone looking right at you, that heavy pressure on your back. I kept walking, didn't even glance directly at the car, just went around the corner and stood behind a skip until I was sure I wasn't being followed. I don't know why I didn't call anyone. I guess I didn't want to sound dramatic. What was I going to say? There's a car that keeps appearing wherever I go. It sounded unhinged even in my own head. Plus, no one had actually done anything. It got worse when I saw it outside my flat. Rusham's a busy area, loads of parking turnover. I usually have to leave my car 2 or 3 streets away. But that night, I came home from a late Tesco run, and there it was parked directly across from my building's front door. Same dent, same shape. I stood there with my shopping bag, staring at it like an idiot. Still, no movement, no lights, no sound. Just presence. I texted my sister, told her I was feeling weird, didn't mention the car. She offered to let me stay the night at hers, but I brushed it off, said I was just overtired. I barely slept. The next time I saw the car was somewhere it definitely shouldn't have been. My sister's wedding. It was a small venue out in Cheshire, countryside vibes, private access. No public parking nearby, all guests had to be on a list for the reception. It had been a long day. My nerves were already fried, and I'd just stepped outside to get some air when I saw it. Parked at the edge of the lot, slightly hidden behind a tall hedge, silver Peugeot, same weird dent, same off-kilter alignment of the back wheel. I don't remember walking toward it, but I did. I got close enough to see that the inside was empty this time, no driver, but the driver's seat was reclined all the way back. like someone had just been lying there. I turned and walked straight to the event manager and asked her if she had the guest list for vehicles. She said she did. I asked if a silver Peugeot was on it. It wasn't. I told her it didn't belong to anyone, and someone came out to check. By the time we got back to the lot, less than 5 minutes, the car was gone. I didn't say anything to my sister. I didn't want to ruin her day, but something shifted for me that night. Whatever this was, it wasn't random. This car was following me, but not in the way you see in movies, not tailing me down streets or chasing me through alleyways. It just appeared, always still, always watching. I decided to go to the police. They were polite but predictably unhelpful. I gave them everything: make, color, rough plate numbers. They took it all down, said they'd look into it. Probably just a misunderstanding. Someone with a similar routine, maybe an ex I'd forgotten to mention. But the next day, an officer called me back. And this is when things tipped from unnerving to downright wrong. He said the plate matched a vehicle that had been declared scrapped 6 months ago, totaled in a collision, written off, no insurance, officially destroyed. The scrapyard logs even had a receipt and timestamp. But that car, the same car, was still appearing wherever I went. I told the officer that, and he got quiet. Said they'd look into it again. I haven't heard back. The final straw happened 2 nights ago. I was walking to my car, parked just off Wilmslow Road. It was late, cold, light drizzle. I opened the door, got in, and something fluttered on my windscreen. A note, folded, plain paper, no envelope. It read, "I liked the blue dress better. Tomorrow you'll wear it again." No name, no handwriting I recognized, nothing else. And I had worn a blue dress 2 nights earlier. Once, briefly, to a birthday party I barely mentioned to anyone. I didn't tell anyone about the note until now. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's a stalker or something else entirely. But the silver car is real. The man, whoever he is, he's watching. And now he knows what I'm going to wear tomorrow. I'm scared to find out what happens if I don't. I didn't wear the dress. I thought about it, stared at it hanging on the back of my wardrobe door for a long time the next morning. Blue, simple, a bit wrinkled. I'd worn it to a friend's birthday at a pub in Didsbury. Nothing fancy. I almost forgot I owned it. But the note had changed everything. I couldn't wear it. Not after that. It felt like giving permission. I wore jeans and a hoodie instead, kept my hair up in a bun, no makeup, left the house around 11, later than usual, made sure I walked in a different direction to get to the bus stop. I didn't want to drive, didn't want to risk going back to the car and finding something else waiting for me under the wiper. The whole way into town I kept checking behind me. Every corner, every crossing, nothing. Just other people doing their normal routines. But that was the thing, wasn't it? Whoever this was, if it was a person, they didn't act like someone out for attention. They weren't trying to scare me in the open. It was all quiet, intentional, measured. By the time I got to the cafe, I was already exhausted. I didn't mention the note to anyone at work. I wanted to badly, but how do you bring something like that up? Oh, by the way, someone might be stalking me and possibly knows where I live, what I wear, and who I talk to. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue in a break room conversation. Around 4 p.m., I started feeling this tightness in my chest. Not a full-blown panic attack, I've had those. I know what they feel like, but more like a weight. Like I was being pushed toward a moment I couldn't name yet, a slow, thick dread. I kept glancing out the front window between customers. The view of the street wasn't perfect, buses blocking parts of the curb, people stopping to check their phones, but I kept looking anyway. At 6:47, the silver car was there. Right across the road, same spot as the first time I ever noticed it, parked parallel to the cafe's big window, as if it had never moved. I didn't even see it arrive. It was just there. I couldn't see the driver, not clearly. The windows were tinted and it was dark out, but I swear there was someone sitting behind the wheel, not moving, no phone out, no radio glare. I must have frozen for a full minute. I heard Gemma behind me, she was doing the till, ask if I was all right. I mumbled something about being tired and stepped into the back, hands shaking. I tried to call the police again. They didn't answer, or rather, they did, but it was a switchboard. I was on hold for almost 10 minutes, and by the time someone picked up, I was already spiraling into this weird mental loop where I doubted everything. What if it's not the same car? What if I'm just seeing what I'm afraid to see? What if someone I know is messing with me? But then, the note. That wasn't imagined. It was real, tucked under my wiper blade like a warning wrapped in politeness. The officer who finally came on the line was kind. She listened, took my details again. I asked if anyone had followed up on the registration number. She went quiet for a second, then said, "It's still listed as scrapped. There shouldn't be a vehicle matching that description on the road." I asked if it could be cloned plates, someone using the number from a destroyed car to avoid tracking. She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no either. She just told me to keep a record, write things down, take pictures if I felt safe doing so, and not to approach the vehicle, as if I wanted to get close to it. I hung up, told Gemma I had a headache and needed to leave a bit early. She was sweet about it, said she'd finish the close. I left through the front, but took a wide route around the car, pretended to be on my phone, didn't look directly at the windows, just enough of a glance to confirm, yeah. There was definitely someone inside. Pale face, maybe male, sitting too still. I walked 5 blocks out of my way before calling an Uber. I was halfway home when I realized what scared me most wasn't the fact the car was still following me. It was that I hadn't seen it following me. No movement, no sound. It was just always where I was about to be. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed on the couch with the curtains half drawn and the kitchen light on. Every 30 minutes, I peeked out the window. At 3:12 a.m., I saw it again. Parked on the opposite side of the road, no headlights, no interior light, just a dull reflection of the street lamp in its windshield. I took a photo this time, through the glass, zoomed in. The image came out blurry, but you can make out the car, and if you squint, a pale outline behind the steering wheel. But the part that turned my stomach wasn't the photo. It was when I looked at the time stamp, 3:12 a.m. The exact time I woke up the night before from a dream I couldn't remember, only that someone had whispered my name in it. And that night, I hadn't looked out the window. What if it had been there then too? What if it always had been? I sent the photo to my sister. Didn't say much, just, "Seen this car around your place?" She texted back 5 minutes later. "No, but I've seen it near Mum's." My blood ran cold. Mum lives in a retirement flat near the edge of Levenshulme. She doesn't drive anymore. Never had a reason to. I hadn't told her anything, hadn't mentioned the car, neither had my sister. But apparently, the silver Peugeot had been spotted there too. This isn't just about me anymore. Whoever's in that car, if it even is a person, they're expanding the circle. And I don't think they're watching me for fun. I think they're waiting for me to do something, or not do something. And I still haven't worn the blue dress. It started with the dress, right? The blue one. The note said I'd wear it again. I still hadn't. And maybe that was the problem. Because things started changing after that. I don't mean in the usual stalker horror movie kind of way. No broken windows, no dead pets, no heavy breathing phone calls, just little things. Small, precise shifts in my routine that I didn't make. It started on Thursday morning. I left my flat around 9, like I always do, to grab a coffee and get some air before work. I'm a creature of habit. I go to the same cafe on the corner, sit at the window seat, order a flat white, always pay cash. But that day, the barista smiled at me and said, "Back again? Twice in one morning?" I blinked. "Sorry. You just came in, like half an hour ago." I shook my head. "No, I didn't." He laughed awkwardly, like he thought I was joking. "Well, someone who looked like you did. Same jacket, even the same earrings." I laughed it off too, played along, but inside, my chest was tightening. I hadn't been there earlier. I know I hadn't. I looked around the cafe like maybe someone was still there, someone copying me, mimicking me. But the place was nearly empty, just a couple of students and an old man reading a newspaper. I tried to brush it off, went to work, didn't mention it to anyone. But then, later that night, my phone buzzed. A text from my sister. "Hey, are you still here? You left your scarf." I stared at it for a full minute before replying. "Where?" "Mum's place. You were just here like an hour ago. Had tea, remember?" I hadn't been there in 3 days. I called her immediately. She picked up on the second ring. "What's going on?" I asked. She sounded confused. "What do you mean?" "I wasn't at Mum's today." There was a pause. "Are you messing with me?" "No, I'm serious." "Well, someone who looked exactly like you was. Same hair, same bloody laugh. Mum even said you seemed a bit quiet." My mouth went dry. "I've been at work all day," I whispered. "You sure you're okay?" I hung up. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I just sat on the floor of my living room, back against the sofa, listening to the quiet hum of the fridge and the occasional hiss of wind through the cracked window. At 2:54 a.m., a car drove past my building. I didn't see it, but I heard it. That specific engine sound low and uneven, like something not quite tuned right, and then the slow crunch of tires on gravel as it eased to a stop. I didn't move, didn't look. but my whole body was locked in place. A minute later, my phone vibrated. No number. Just a single message. She wears it better. I didn't respond. I don't think I even breathed. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, the sun was rising and my front door was locked. I checked my closet. The blue dress was still there, but it wasn't hanging on the hook where I'd left it. It was folded neatly on my bed, like someone had laid it out for me. That morning, I called in sick to work and took a cab straight to the police station. I brought the photo I'd taken of the car, printed the texts, even brought the dress, the folded one. I didn't know what I thought they'd do with it, test it for prints, fibers, blood. The officer I spoke to was polite, but his eyes glazed over halfway through. He nodded a lot, jotted things down, gave me a leaflet about personal safety. He suggested I see someone. As in, a therapist? I asked, voice flat. Well, just to talk through everything. Might help you make sense of it. Would you say that to someone who brought in a break? In report? He didn't answer. I left with nothing. That night, I wore the dress. I know, I shouldn't have, but I wanted to control something. It felt like I was being handled, like my own life had been put on rails, and someone else had the schedule. Wearing it felt like flipping the script, like if I wore it on my terms, it wouldn't mean what they thought it did. I went to the pub near my old uni, loud, busy, familiar, lots of bodies, lots of noise. I sat with a friend from work, didn't drink much, kept checking the window. No sign of the car, no texts, no notes. I felt okay until I went to the toilet. It was one of those grimy, mirror-lined loose where everything echoes. I was washing my hands, not really looking up, when I noticed something in the mirror behind me. A woman, standing just outside the stall area, wearing the same dress. Same cut, same color, but not mine. It fit her differently, looser at the shoulders, longer at the hem. Her hair was darker than mine, pulled back tight. I turned around fast. No one was there. I ran back out into the pub. My friend looked up like nothing had happened. I asked if she saw anyone come from the toilets. She shook her head. You okay? I think someone's following me. Do you want me to call someone? No, I said, suddenly unsure of who someone even was anymore. I left early, took a cab home, told myself I'd imagined it, until I walked into my flat and saw the scarf. The one I supposedly left at Mum's place, folded on my kitchen counter. My sister hadn't been by. I texted her just to check. She hadn't touched it. That night, I took a video, just one, of my front door. I set up my phone on a stack of books, hit record, and let it run while I slept, or at least while I laid still and pretended to. The next morning, I checked the footage. Nothing for the first few hours. But at 3:12 a.m., there's a flicker of movement. The sound of a key turning in the lock. The door opens. And in the doorway, just for a second, you see someone wearing the blue dress. My blue dress. Only it wasn't me. because I was already lying in bed, watching, frozen. She didn't come in. She just stood there. And then she smiled. I didn't show the video to anyone. I should have. I know that. But when you watch something like that, truly watch it, frame by frame, over and over again, it stops feeling like proof and starts feeling like a trap. Like if you show it to someone else, you're inviting them into it too. You're saying, "Here, carry this with me. Try sleeping now." So I kept it to myself. And then I deleted it. Not because I wanted to, but because something about keeping it like a cursed object felt worse than not having it at all. I'd already watched it too many times. That moment where the door unlocks, creaks open, the sound of the hinges, and then her. Standing in my doorway, wearing my dress, with my face, but not exactly my face. I couldn't explain it to myself at the time, but I know now what was wrong. She didn't blink, not once. She stood there for 16 full seconds, I counted, just looking in, eyes locked on the direction of the camera. No blinking. And then she smiled. Not in a creepy, exaggerated way, just slight, familiar, the kind of smile I'd give a friend I haven't seen in years. Then the door quietly closed again. Locked. The sound of footsteps fading down the hall. That was 3 nights ago. And since then, everything's been different. I don't mean that in a dramatic way, like the world turned upside down. I mean it in that unnerving, gut-sick way, where everything around you keeps going, but you know something's shifted. Everyone still says good morning the same way. The same adverts play on the tram. The cafe still sells the same lukewarm almond croissants, but there's a layer missing, or maybe added. Something between me and the world now, a thin sheet of glass, and I'm on the wrong side. I went to work the day after the video, even though I didn't sleep. I thought maybe keeping busy would help. It didn't. I was quieter than usual. People asked if I was okay, and I said I had a cold. One guy joked that I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I laughed. At 3:15 p.m., I went out back to dump the bins and saw the silver Peugeot parked across the road again. Not on our street, not directly outside the cafe. Just around the corner, facing away, but unmistakable. I looked at it too long, I know I did. The windows were darker this time, or maybe the light was just different. I couldn't see inside. I wanted to walk up to it, knock on the window, say something, anything. But my legs wouldn't move. Not toward it, not anymore. And then, right before I turned to go back inside, the brake lights flashed. Just once. That night I stayed with my friend Lottie. I didn't tell her everything, but I said enough to make her concerned. She let me crash on her sofa, made tea, didn't ask too many questions. I think she assumed I was dealing with some bad relationship drama, maybe an ex I hadn't told her about. I let her think that. It's easier than saying, there's a woman who looks exactly like me wearing my clothes and entering my flat at night while a car that shouldn't exist follows me everywhere I go. She offered to drive me to the police again, and I almost said yes. But then I remembered the officer's face, the blank way he looked at me when I mentioned the registration, like he'd heard it before, like he knew something, but wouldn't or couldn't say it. I slept for the first time in days at Lottie's. No dreams. No visits. No dress. I woke up feeling almost normal, until I checked my phone. New message. You left the light on. I turned it off for you. No number. No reply option. Attached was a photo, taken from inside my flat. Living room, couch, blanket crumpled in the corner, TV remote on the armrest, the lamp beside the bookshelf, glowing softly. It had been off when I left, and in the corner of the frame you could see just a sliver of someone's arm, wearing blue. I didn't tell Lottie. I thanked her, made an excuse about early shifts, and left. I went back to my flat around midday, heart pounding so hard it felt like my ribs would split. Nothing was out of place. The door was locked, no signs of forced entry. The window was shut. The blanket was folded differently, but that could have been my memory playing tricks. Except it wasn't, because on the kitchen counter was another note. Folded, no envelope, same handwriting as the first. Don't leave the light on again. It makes you look tired. That's when I broke. Not in the scream and cry kind of way, just a quiet, full-body shutdown. I sat on the floor, back against the fridge, knees pulled up, and just stopped. Stopped trying to understand. Stopped trying to rationalize. There's only so much your brain can do before it runs out of plausible explanations. I stayed there until it got dark. And when I finally moved, it was to unplug every lamp, every appliance, every source of light in the flat. I covered the windows with spare towels and garbage bags, taped them shut, turned off my phone, turned off everything. I didn't want to be seen anymore. Not by her. Not by whoever's in that car. Not by anything. I laid down in the dark and told myself I wouldn't sleep. But I did. And I dreamed. She was standing over me, wearing the dress. Her face was inches from mine, and she wasn't smiling this time. She said in my own voice, "You can't keep hiding. You were never meant to stay separate." Then she reached down and touched my hand. And I woke up. In the dress. In the hallway. Front door wide open. I didn't move right away. I stood in the doorway, barefoot, half inside, half out, the cold air pulling at the hem of the blue dress. The same dress. I could feel it on my skin like it didn't belong there. Like it was wearing me instead of the other way around. I looked down and saw my keys in my hand, not held, clenched. My knuckles were white. My other hand was shaking. The hallway was empty, quiet, lights humming overhead. My upstairs neighbor's shoes were still tucked beside his door, and the carpet hadn't been disturbed. Nothing looked out of place, and that somehow made it worse. Everything around me was ordinary. It was me that wasn't. I stepped back inside, closed the door, locked it, twice. The flat was dark. I'd left it that way. No lamps, no light from the TV, nothing that could draw attention. But now it felt like something had been here while I was out of it. The air felt different. Tighter, like walking into a room where someone had just had a quiet argument. I walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. It was me. I think. But my eyes looked too alert, too steady for someone who'd just woken up in a hallway wearing a dress she hadn't put on. I took it off, folded it, stuffed it into a tote bag, and shoved it into the cupboard under the sink. Then I took a hoodie from the back of the chair and pulled it on, sleeves too long, the familiar smell of detergent and fabric softener grounding me, barely. I sat on the couch and tried to piece together a timeline. I remembered unplugging the lamps. I remembered laying on the floor in the dark, and then, nothing, no dream, no sound. Just waking up where I shouldn't have been, in clothes I didn't remember putting on. I checked the windows, still covered. I checked the door locked from the inside. So how had I ended up outside it? And why the dress? Why always the dress? I turned my phone back on. One new message. No number, no sender. We're almost aligned. That was all it said. I deleted it. Then I took the SIM card out and broke it in half. I spent the rest of that day cleaning. It wasn't rational, but I needed to move, needed to do something tactile. I scrubbed the bathroom even though it was clean. Took everything out of the kitchen drawers and reorganized them. Washed bedding that wasn't dirty. I was trying to push her out. Whatever version of me was bleeding into this one, the girl in the doorway, the girl in the mirror. I didn't want her here. I didn't want to be her. But you can only scrub a floor so many times before you start to see the shape of your own shadow stretched out across it. And then all you have left is the quiet and the waiting. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Just sat in the chair by the door, listening. At exactly 3:12 a.m., the hallway light outside my flat flickered. Just once. Then silence. The next morning I made a decision. I packed a bag. Basics only: toothbrush, chargers, leggings, jumper. Left the dress in the cupboard under the sink, still in the tote. Didn't touch it. I texted my mom, told her I needed a break. She didn't ask questions, just said of course I could stay with her. But I didn't go straight there. I went to the scrapyard. The one the police had said the Peugeot had been registered to. I'd remembered the name from the report's small place on the outskirts near Oldham, industrial estate with a row of mechanics and a fish and chip shop that always smells slightly burnt. I got there around 11. There was a man at the front in a high-vis vest, sipping from a thermos. He looked up as I approached. "Need something?" "I'm looking for a car," I said, trying to sound casual. "Silver Peugeot. Scrap claim was filed 6 months ago. Might have been a 307. He raised an eyebrow. "You a cop?" "No," I said quickly. "Personal reasons." He gave me a long look, then shrugged. "You'll need the reg number." I gave it to him. I'd memorized it. He walked off toward the office, and I waited. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. He didn't come back. Finally, I walked over to the door and pushed it open. Empty. No one inside. No sign of him. Just a radio playing quietly in the background and a stack of folders on the desk. I scanned the top page. Nothing helpful. Names, dates, makes, models. Then I saw one labeled Incident, Staff Note. Curiosity overruled everything. I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. No letterhead, no signature, just typed text. Vehicle scrap request processed manually. No visual confirmation of vehicle at time of disposal. Record generated via third-party intake. Then, handwritten beneath it. This one came from nowhere. No tow, no drop-off. Just a number. No sign it was ever on the lot. I put the file back exactly as I found it and left. I didn't stop moving until I got to my mum's. She was waiting with tea and biscuits like I'd just come back from holiday. I tried to act normal. We talked about her garden, about the neighbor's cat, about whether or not she should get a new kettle. I didn't tell her anything. Not about the messages. Not about the mirror. Not about the dress. Not about the car that was apparently never scrapped because it had never been there in the first place. I didn't sleep much that night either, but at least it felt safer. Until the morning, when I opened the curtains in the guest room and saw the silver Peugeot parked across the road. Same dent, same angle, facing directly at the house. And on the window, in the condensation, someone had written, "Soon." I stood there at the window for a long time. Longer than made sense, longer than was safe. The message on the window soon had already started to fade in the sunlight. A thin sheen of dew rolled down the glass, dragging the letters with it until they blurred into nothing. But I kept staring at that car. The silver Peugeot, same dull paint, same dent by the rear tire, like it had never moved, never aged, never changed. It was just there, as it always had been. I didn't tell Mum. She was downstairs making toast, humming like nothing was wrong. And honestly, I didn't want to drag her into this. Not when I didn't even know what this was. After a minute, I stepped back from the window, took a breath, and decided, no more running. No more hiding at friends' flats, no more staring at screens, waiting for the next message, or the next dream, or the next visit. I was going to end it. I put on my coat, grabbed my bag, and walked out the door before I could talk myself out of it. The car didn't move. Didn't so much as twitch. I walked straight toward it, crossed the road, no hesitation this time. I reached the driver's side window and looked in. Empty. Again. But it wasn't just empty, it was wrong. There was no dust on the dashboard. No scratches on the wheel, no wear on the seat. It looked unused. Like it had been set dressed to look lived in, a prop more than a machine. And in the cup holder, folded neatly, was another note. I didn't want to touch it, but I did. Thank you for staying the course. The mirror has been calibrated. That was all it said. I stood there holding it, stomach dropping, heart weirdly calm. The note didn't feel threatening. It felt final, like a signed invoice after a long project. I walked around to the front of the car and looked for a plate. There wasn't one. Not even a bracket. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually the passenger door unlocked by itself. A soft click, no sound from the locks, no movement from inside, just an invitation. And I took it. Because I had to. Because whatever this thing was, a person, a program, a version of me or something else, it had built itself around my life, my patterns, my choices, my face. And I needed to understand why. I got in. The interior was cold, not freezing, just sterile, like the air didn't come from outside. The radio was on, tuned to white noise, no station, no voice. I waited. Nothing happened. Then the rearview mirror flickered, not physically like a screen glitching, and suddenly it wasn't showing the street behind us. It was showing me, in my flat. Not me, now, me yesterday, lying on the floor, the blue dress folded next to me, eyes closed, completely still. Then the image shifted. The same flat, but someone else was standing over me. Same height, same hair, different face. Mine, but not. And I understood. She wasn't stalking me. She wasn't copying me. She was replacing me. And now that the mirror was calibrated, whatever that meant, the change was complete. I looked at my hands, turned them over. They looked the same, felt the same, but a sick feeling crept up from my stomach, like I was suddenly aware of being looked through instead of looking out. I got out of the car, closed the door, walked home. The car didn't follow. It didn't need to. I spent the rest of the day in silence. No music, no phone. I didn't turn on the TV, didn't check the curtains. Just sat on the floor and tried to remember things, specific things, memories from before this all started. I tried to recall the texture of my old school uniform, the smell of my mom's hair after she'd come home from her shift, the way it felt to hold hands with someone for the first time and not think about what your face was doing. And I could. They were there, which meant I was still me. Right? That night I slept. No dreams. Just a soft, cold feeling, like something had been taken from me gently, not ripped, just lifted, like a splinter removed from skin you didn't know had been pierced. I woke up feeling lighter. Not better, but lighter. And I knew somehow that it was over. Not because anyone told me. Not because the car vanished. Because I felt complete in a way that scared me more than anything else. I was no longer being watched. Because whatever had been watching me was now in me, or had become me, or maybe I'd become it. I don't know the language for this kind of thing. No one does. But I do know this. The silver Peugeot hasn't shown up since. The texts stopped. No more notes. No more sightings of someone in my dress. It's been 2 weeks. I go to work. I walk home. I sleep. It's all normal. Except for one thing. My reflection. Sometimes it doesn't feel delayed anymore. Sometimes it feels like I'm the one behind. Like the reflection is already moving before I do. Like it's checking to see if I'll catch up. And once, just once, I smiled at myself. And the mirror didn't smile back. The night shift at the McDonald's joint was supposed to be easy. At least, that's what I told myself when I first started. No boss breathing down my neck, minimal customers, and a steady paycheck to help me through college. I'd done the day shifts before and they were chaos, a relentless rush of orders, cranky customers, and the constant buzz of the fryer. But nights seemed different, slower, quieter. Perfect for someone who liked to keep her head down and get things done. I was working alongside Gary that night. He'd been there longer than I had, and knew the ins and outs better than anyone. When the clock hit 9, the lunch rush was long over, and the crowd had thinned out, leaving mostly the usual late-night faces. One of those faces belonged to Stan. Stan was a big guy, I mean really big. He moved with a surprising speed for someone his size, and his appetite was legendary among the staff. That night, he came up to the counter, his shirt stretched tight across his chest, and placed an order that made my eyes widen. "I'll have a number 4 meal with extra cheese, 2 Big Macs with a large fry, 3 apple pies, and a shamrock shake." The sheer volume of food made me blink twice. Gary took the payment with practiced ease, counting out change from a wad of bills Stan shoved at him. "Here's your change. I'll call your number when it's ready." Stan grunted, a satisfied sound, then trundled off toward his usual table in the corner. I whispered to Gary, trying not to sound judgmental. "Does he have a family waiting at home or something?" Gary snorted as he ladled fries into a box. "Blair, does he look like a family man? Stan's been coming here for years. He's a fixture on the night shift. You'll get used to him." I grimaced. Great, lucky me. But it wasn't just Stan that made the nights interesting. As we moved through the orders, the hum of the kitchen machines and the occasional chatter created a rhythm. I started sweeping the floor when suddenly Gary's phone buzzed loudly in his pocket. He glanced at it, and the color drained from his face. "That was my aunt," he said quietly. "She told me my parents were in a car accident. Mom's in critical condition." His words hung heavy in the air. For a moment, he just stared into nothingness, processing the news. I asked if he wanted me to call someone, but he shook his head, wiping tears quickly away. "I'll be fine." I told him to go home, that I could handle closing, but he hesitated. Then determination settled over him. "You're right. I should get going. Here, take my key in this," he said, pressing a small silver key into my hand. "There's a list of rules in Dave's office. Read them when you get a chance. You need to follow them exactly, no exceptions." Before I could say more, he was gone, the door shutting behind him with a heavy thud. Alone now, I turned toward the back to find Dave's office. The door was surprisingly heavy, like it was built to keep things in or out. Inside, the room was dim, lit only by a flickering fluorescent light overhead. The walls were cluttered with old pictures and memos, but my eyes immediately landed on a bulletin board. Tacked to it was a list titled, "Rules for the Night Shift." I skimmed through the list quickly, my eyebrows knitting together with confusion and a growing sense of unease. The first rule instructed me to never open the door to anyone during the night shift, except for Mr. Dave himself. That seemed reasonable at first, but the tone hinted at something more serious. Another rule warned to run to the nearest bathroom and hide if I heard whistling. Whistling? That was oddly specific. There was mention of a hooded figure who might appear at the drive-through window, and strict instructions never to acknowledge it. Then a bizarre rule about a blood-like substance seeping from under the grill that I was supposed to mop up as if it were nothing. One rule stood out most. If a small child showed up claiming to have lost their mother, I was to ignore them completely. It said that the child did not have good intentions. The idea sent a chill down my spine. The final rule demanded that I leave the restaurant by exactly 2:37 in the morning, no exceptions, because something called the Hamburglar did not like company. I sat there staring at the list, my mind racing to make sense of it. Was this a joke? An elaborate prank on the new girl? I wanted to laugh it off, but the heaviness in my chest told me this was serious. These weren't your typical workplace rules. A sudden noise pulled me from my thoughts. Stan was approaching, his bulk casting a shadow over the counter. "Hey, you forgot my pickles," I said with a forced smile, already dreading the confrontation. Stan's 4 chins shook as he shook his head. "I don't want any free shake or anything. There's another way you could make it up to me." I tensed, my heart rate spiking. "I'm only 16, sir." He sneered. "That's not what I mean, dumb broad. I want a refund." "No way. You ate everything." His bulk moved forward threateningly, making me stumble back toward the office door. The sound of shelves crashing behind me told me he wasn't giving up. Just as I slammed the door shut, his heavy fists pounded against it. "I'll get you, you little whore. You can't hide in there forever." I grabbed the phone, dialing Dave's number. The line was silent for what felt like an eternity before his gruff voice answered. "Stan, what's going on?" Dave's voice cut through the pounding, and after a tense exchange, Stan finally retreated, threatening not to bother me again. I sank to the floor, heart pounding, sweat cooling on my forehead. That was just the start of what promised to be the longest night of my life. The pounding of Stan's fists against the metal door echoed in my ears long after he stormed out. My hands trembled slightly as I sank down onto the cold linoleum floor of the office. It was only my first night alone on the graveyard shift, and already things were spiraling out of control. I pulled the list of rules from my pocket and stared at it again, trying to steady my breath. Every line seemed more bizarre than the last, but one thing was clear. I had to follow them, no matter how strange or terrifying they sounded. The hours ahead stretched out before me like an endless tunnel. The quiet in the restaurant was eerie now, punctuated only by the low hum of the fryers and the soft beep of the cash register. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and forced myself to stand, determined to get through the night. I needed to keep busy. I made my way back to the kitchen to finish cleaning up the mess Stan had left behind. Boxes and empty ketchup packets littered the counters and floor. I grabbed a broom and started sweeping, my eyes flicking nervously to the drive-through window every now and then. The darkness beyond the glass felt oppressive, almost alive, like something was waiting there, just out of sight. The silence was broken by a sudden sharp knock on the drive-through window. My heart leapt in my chest and I froze mid-sweep. The knock came again, slow and deliberate. I swallowed hard and remembered the rule about the hooded figure. I ducked behind the counter, crouching low, trying to steady my racing pulse. The knocking grew louder, more urgent, until the entire window rattled with the force. I squeezed my eyes shut and hugged my knees to my chest, trying to convince myself that whatever was out there would go away if I ignored it. Time stretched on in agonizing silence before the knocking finally stopped. I dared to peek around the counter, nothing. The drive-through lane was empty, deserted under the cold glow of the parking lot lights. I exhaled shakily, wiping sweat from my brow, and forced myself to return to my cleaning. I wasn't sure how much longer I could take the tension pressing down on me. I'd never been this scared at a job before. But as the night wore on, I realized this was just the beginning. A small bell chimed at the front door, signaling another customer. A few college kids stumbled in, obviously high, slurring their words as they picked up a takeout order. I barely noticed them, my mind too preoccupied with the strange occurrences and the ever-growing weight of the rules I had to obey. The door opened again, and this time it was an old woman dressed in a black shawl. Her presence was different from the others. As she stepped into the restaurant, a chill ran down my spine. She didn't speak, just stared with piercing yellow eyes that seemed almost reptilian. The air around her grew heavy, and a strange pull tugged at my focus. I yawned, trying to shake off the creeping dread, and greeted her politely. "Can I help you?" She didn't move, her eyes locked onto mine, unblinking and intense. The silence between us stretched, thick and suffocating, until I finally murmured the words from the rules without thinking. "Where's Tony?" The moment the question left my lips, the woman vanished as if swallowed by the shadows. My heart thundered in my chest, and I stumbled back, nearly knocking over a chair. That was close, too close. I dashed to the sink and splashed cold water on my face, hoping to clear the fog of exhaustion and fear clouding my mind. To keep myself awake, I poured a large cup of coffee and gulped it down, grimacing at the bitter taste. I returned to sweeping the floor, forcing my legs to move even as my body screamed for rest. The night was far from over, and I knew there was more to come. As I finished dumping the dustpan into the trash, I felt it, a sudden prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like invisible eyes boring into me. My skin crawled as I scanned the room, searching for the source. The The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I whipped my head toward the drive-thru, then the dining area. Both were empty. A soft whisper brushed past my ear, barely audible but unmistakable. Blair, my name, carried on a cold breath of air. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted back to the office, slamming the door behind me and locking it tight. My hands trembled as I paced, trying to calm the storm raging inside me. Minutes dragged on, each one heavier than the last. Eventually, the oppressive presence faded, leaving a suffocating silence in its wake. I sank into a chair, chest heaving, wondering how much longer I could survive these nights. Static crackled in my headset, jolting me upright. I yanked it off just as a slurred voice crackled through the speaker. "Hey, is this place open?" I groaned inwardly, bracing myself for another late-night oddball. "Yeah, what do you want to order?" "I'll have a filet. Oh, fish meal." As I turned to the kitchen to prepare his order, I muttered under my breath about the absurdity of someone craving fish sandwiches at this hour. I loaded his tray with sauce-laden sandwiches, hoping to get rid of him quickly. Just then, I spotted movement near the counter. A small child, no older than 6, stood there looking up at me with wide, innocent eyes. He wore a faded Pac-Man t-shirt and looked filthy, like he hadn't bathed in days. He started tugging at my shirt, tears streaming down his face. "Please help me," he whimpered. "I can't find my mommy." Every warning from the rules blared through my mind. Ignore him. Do not engage. But his pleading felt so real, so desperate. For a moment I wanted to help. Then the child's eyes flickered red and a cruel grin spread across his face. My blood ran cold. I took a step back, voice shaking. "Get out. Leave me alone." The child stopped crying instantly and straightened up. "You made the right choice," he hissed, before turning toward the exit. I watched him go, heart pounding, and returned to my cleaning, desperate for the clock to tick closer to closing. At 2:35, just minutes before my shift ended, I noticed a dark red liquid oozing from under the stove. My stomach churned as I grabbed a mop bucket and began soaking up the viscous fluid. The coppery taste in the air was nearly unbearable. Bucket after bucket, I fought to mop it all up. Finally finished, I wiped the sweat from my brow and glanced at my phone. 2:37, time to leave. I hurried to the freezer, grabbing 2 packages of raw burger patties, tearing them open and dumping the contents onto the grill, just as the rules demanded. But then I froze. A figure stood before me, a man with cold, black eyes, a striped uniform stained and worn, and a tattered floppy hat. His grin was sharp and jagged, teeth yellowed and cracked. "I'll let you off this time, newbie," he rasped, voice rough and gravelly. "But if you're here after hours again, I won't be so forgiving." A chill ran through me as he glared, the hunger in his eyes unmistakable. I bolted from the restaurant into the cold night, the weight of the Hamburglar's stare heavy on my back. As I locked the door behind me, racing to my car, my thoughts swirled, fear, anger, confusion, and through it all, a fierce determination not to let this place break me. The next few nights passed in a blur of tension and exhaustion. Each shift felt heavier than the last, the weight of those strange rules pressing down on me like a suffocating blanket. I found myself constantly checking the clock, willing the hours to move faster, yet dreading the inevitable encounters that seemed to lurk just beyond sight. The kitchen and dining areas felt less like a place of work and more like a haunted stage where every shadow could hide something watching, waiting. Stan had not returned since that terrifying confrontation, and I couldn't say I missed him. The silence was welcome, even if it was filled with its own kind of dread. I noticed small things beginning to feel off, a low hum beneath the usual kitchen sounds, a flicker in the fluorescent lights that refused to steady, the faintest whispers that disappeared when I turned to look. The rules looped endlessly in my mind, especially the ones about the hooded figure at the drive-through window and the woman in the shawl who asked about Tony. I kept telling myself to stay sharp, to never let my guard down. One night, around 1:10 in the morning, the bell at the front door chimed softly. I glanced up from cleaning the condiment station. expecting the usual college kids or the occasional tired driver stopping by for a late snack. But instead, there she was, the woman in the black shawl, standing quietly by the register. The weight of her gaze was like a physical force pressing down on me, her yellow eyes gleaming with something I couldn't quite place. Her presence sucked the air from the room, making it harder to breathe. I remembered the rule about not looking at her for too long, and about asking where Tony was. My head buzzed with fatigue, but I forced myself to meet her eyes briefly before murmuring the words, "Where's Tony?" Instantly she vanished. No footsteps, no rustling fabric, just empty air where she had stood. The silence returned like a heavy fog, and I blinked, unsure if I had imagined it. My heart pounded as I wiped my sweaty palms on my pants, desperately trying to shake off the chill that clung to my skin. Later, as I was wiping down the counters, the sense of being watched crept back stronger than before. I caught myself glancing toward the dark corners of the dining room, the shadowy spaces behind the soda fountain, even the drive-through lane outside. It was as if invisible eyes were following my every move. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then came the soft, almost imperceptible whispering. I froze, straining to catch the words, but they were just beyond understanding. The voice was familiar yet wrong, like a distorted echo of someone I knew but couldn't quite place. Fear rooted me to the spot until I bolted for the office and slammed the door behind me, locking it quickly. I paced back and forth, willing my heart to calm and the shadows to retreat. The hours dragged on, and I fought to keep my mind clear. Sleep was impossible during the shift. My body felt drained, my nerves frayed and raw. Every sound seemed amplified, the drip of a leaky faucet, the creak of the floorboards, the rustle of paper. I caught myself jumping at every small noise. Around midnight on my fourth night, I heard the knock at the drive-through window again. The sound was slow at first, almost polite, but it quickly grew into a frantic pounding. My muscles tensed as I ducked behind the counter. The window rattled as if someone was trying to break through. I closed my eyes tightly, counting the seconds, praying it would stop. And then it did, just as suddenly as it began. I peeked cautiously. No one was there. The parking lot was empty, bathed in the cold light of the street lamps. My breath came out in shaky bursts, and I forced myself to return to my duties, though my hands shook as I wiped tables and swept the floor. The following night brought a new horror. Just after 1:30, a small boy appeared by the counter again. His clothes were dirty and worn, his blonde hair tangled and unkempt. The bright blue eyes that had seemed so innocent before now held something darker. The boy tugged at my sleeve and begged for help, telling me he had lost his mother. The warnings echoed in my head: do not engage, ignore him. But as he cried and pleaded, I felt a pang of sympathy. Maybe he was just a lost child after all. Then his eyes flashed red, and the cruel smile that spread across his face froze me in place. He whispered in a voice that wasn't his own, promising that I had made the right choice by pushing him away. I scrambled back, heart pounding, and refused to look at him as he slipped away. The chill that followed felt like a warning, a reminder that this place was more dangerous than I could have imagined. As the nights wore on, the strange events only grew more frequent and intense. I learned to check the clock obsessively, always preparing for the moments when the rules warned of impending dread. At 1:10, I dreaded the arrival of the shawled woman. At 2, I braced for the thick, blood-like liquid that seeped from under the grill, the coppery smell filling the kitchen. Mopping the strange fluid was a gruesome task, the red staining my gloves and dripping down the mop handle. No matter how much I cleaned, it seemed to keep coming. I wondered if it was a trick of my mind or something far worse. The lingering taste of iron haunted me long after I finished. One night, as I placed the raw burger patties on the grill to prepare for closing, a shadow loomed behind me. I spun around and froze. There he was, the Hamburglar, his black, soulless eyes locked on mine. His striped uniform was dirty and torn, and the floppy hat sat crooked on his wild red hair. His grin was jagged and rotten, his teeth sharp as broken glass. He spoke in a low, gravelly voice, warning me that this was my only warning. If I ever stayed after hours again, I wouldn't get off so easily. I didn't wait to find out. I bolted past him, pushing through the exit doors into the night air. The Hamburglar's gaze followed me until I locked the door behind me, my heart pounding with a mix of terror and relief. I drove home in silence, my mind racing with questions I dared not ask. How long could I survive this nightmare? What were these creatures, these rules, and why was I caught in the middle? Every night was a battle between fear and determination, and I wasn't sure which side would win. The days between shifts passed in a fog of exhaustion and unease. I barely slept, my mind replaying every strange encounter and rule from that cursed list. The nights felt longer, and the weight of the unknown pressed heavier on my chest. I began to dread the moment I had to step back behind the counter, to face the eerie glow of the kitchen lights and the ever-watchful shadows that seemed to cling to every corner. One evening, I arrived early, hoping to steady myself before the chaos began. The restaurant was nearly empty, save for a couple of late diners who seemed oblivious to the creeping dread I felt. I busied myself with the usual closing preparations, wiping down counters, restocking supplies, and making sure the registers balanced. The hum of the refrigerators and the faint sizzling from the fryers were the only sounds, a strange comfort amidst the tension. As the clock inched toward midnight, I caught myself glancing repeatedly at the door, anticipating the arrival of the mysterious visitors the rules had warned me about. Time seemed to slow, each tick amplifying the silence until it became almost deafening. I told myself to focus, to stay grounded in the mundane tasks at hand, but the fear lingered just beneath the surface, ready to bubble up at the slightest provocation. Then, without warning, the old woman appeared again. She stepped through the front door as silently as a shadow, her shawl wrapped tightly around her shoulders, the hood obscuring most of her face. Her yellow eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, piercing through the dim interior. I forced myself to meet her gaze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Where is Tony?" I whispered, barely daring to speak aloud. She didn't answer, but instead moved forward, her steps slow and deliberate, as if weighing the air itself. I watched, frozen, as she made her way toward the counter. The tension in the room thickened, pressing down on me like a physical force. Just as she reached the counter, she stopped and let out a long, low sigh that seemed to reverberate through the space. Then, as suddenly as she had come, she vanished. I blinked, the room feeling colder, emptier than before. The silence that followed was oppressive, filled with the weight of unspoken threats and unanswered questions. Shaking, I turned back to my tasks, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. This was something far more sinister. Later that night, as I cleaned near the grill, I noticed the familiar red liquid beginning to seep again from beneath the stove. The coppery smell was stronger this time, filling my nostrils with its metallic bite. I grabbed the mop and bucket, steeling myself for the unpleasant task ahead. The liquid spread quickly, darker and thicker than before, staining the floor like spilled blood. With every swipe of the mop, the floor seemed to resist my efforts, the liquid oozing out faster than I could clean it. My hands ached, the friction against the mop handle leaving painful blisters. I tried not to think about what the rules said, that it wasn't really blood, but the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. When the floor finally looked clean, I stepped back, wiping sweat from my brow. I had survived another night, but at what cost? As I placed the raw burger patties on the grill to begin closing preparations, the temperature in the kitchen dropped sharply. I felt a presence behind me before I even saw it. The Hamburglar stood there, just as terrifying as before, his dark eyes locked onto mine, his grin stretching wider, revealing those jagged, rotten teeth. The smell of decay and smoke seemed to radiate from him, filling the air with a choking haze. "You're lucky I'm feeling merciful tonight," he rasped, voice low and threatening. "But don't think this is over." I swallowed hard, my body frozen in place. The air grew thick with tension, and I felt like a trapped animal, cornered with no escape. Without warning, He stepped back and disappeared into the shadows as if he had never been there. The chill remained, however, lingering like a dark cloud. I forced myself to finish closing duties, my hands shaking as I locked up and prepared to leave. Every noise echoed loudly in the empty restaurant, the click of the door lock, the hum of the freezer, the distant rumble of passing cars outside. As I stepped out into the cool night air, I breathed deeply, trying to shake the lingering dread. The parking lot was empty and quiet. I hurried to my car, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting the Hamburglar or some other nightmare to follow me into the darkness. Once inside, I locked the doors and took a moment to collect myself. The adrenaline slowly ebbed, replaced by a heavy exhaustion that weighed down my limbs. Driving home, the streets were empty and silent, a stark contrast to the turmoil churning inside my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trapped in something far beyond my understanding, caught in a game with rules I didn't want to learn but had no choice but to follow. Each night was a test of will, a battle between survival and the creeping madness that threatened to consume me. Sleep was elusive, plagued by nightmares of faceless figures, whispering shadows, and the relentless presence of unseen watchers. I woke each morning feeling more drained, more distant from the person I used to be. Work the next night was no easier. The strange encounters continued, the rules proving more important than ever. I found myself clinging to them like a lifeline, repeating them in my head to stay grounded. But with every passing hour, the line between reality and nightmare blurred further, and I wondered how much longer I could hold on before everything fell apart. The following night arrived with the same heavy weight pressing on my chest, but this time the dread felt more personal, as if the shadows were closing in just a little bit tighter. I walked through the doors of the restaurant, the fluorescent lights humming overhead, their sterile glow failing to wash away the creeping sense of unease. The smell of grease and cleaning chemicals was oddly comforting, a reminder of the mundane world I was clinging to. But beneath that veneer of normalcy lurked a darkness I could no longer ignore. As I settled behind the counter, the quiet buzz of the registers and the distant clatter of dishes were interrupted only by the occasional creak of the building settling. I kept replaying the list of rules in my mind, reciting them like a mantra, each one more bizarre than the last. The memory of the old woman with the glowing yellow eyes haunted me. The way she disappeared when I finally asked about Tony left me with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear: these were no ordinary customers, and this was no ordinary night shift. I found myself constantly glancing toward the drive-through window, expecting to see that dark silhouette again, waiting silently with those eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. But the window remained empty, and the silence stretched on like a taut wire, ready to snap. Just as I began to relax slightly, the familiar thudding began, footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing through the quiet restaurant. I froze, the footsteps drew nearer, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise in response. It was as if the air itself grew colder, thicker, the shadows stretching unnaturally long. My heart pounded loudly in my chest, drowning out the sounds of the night. The footsteps paused just outside the kitchen door, and I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and there he was, the Hamburglar. His grotesque grin stretched impossibly wide, teeth jagged and rotten, eyes black voids that swallowed the light around them. The stench of decay hit me like a wave, and I felt bile rise in my throat. He stepped inside with a slow, predatory grace, the red tie on his tattered uniform fluttering like a sinister flag. "Thought you could ignore me, huh?" His voice was low and gravelly, dripping with malice. "But you can't. Not here. Not tonight." I stumbled backward, heart racing, tripping over a mop bucket. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled for the office door, fumbling with the lock as the creature advanced. The metallic clang of the lock echoed through the room, sealing me inside the sanctuary of the small office. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, gasping for air, trying to steady my trembling hands. The Hamburglar's voice echoed through the thin walls, taunting me, promising that my escape was only temporary. I could hear his heavy breathing, a sinister rhythm that matched the pounding of my own heart. I pressed my ear against the door, hearing the scraping of his claws against the metal frame, the faint sound of the restaurant settling as if alive. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Eventually the noises faded, replaced by the eerie silence that always seemed to follow these encounters. I stayed huddled in the office, eyes wide, waiting for the first sign that the nightmare had ended. When I finally stepped outside, the restaurant looked unchanged, as if nothing had happened. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly, and the air smelled faintly of fries and cleaning spray. But I knew better. I knew the darkness was still there, lurking just beyond the light, watching, waiting. Later, as the clock ticked toward closing time, the old woman returned. This time she moved even slower, her yellow eyes boring into mine with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. I repeated the question that had broken the spell last time. "Where is Tony?" She let out a low, mournful sigh, a sound that seemed to echo through the empty restaurant like a dirge. Then, in a voice like dry leaves scraping across the floor, she whispered, "He is lost." Before I could ask what she meant, she vanished again, leaving behind a silence heavier than before. I glanced at the clock. 1 hour left until closing. I forced myself to focus on the mundane tasks, sweeping floors, wiping counters, counting inventory. The physical work grounded me, a small anchor against the swirling madness threatening to pull me under. But then came the wailing. From the corner of the dining area, a child's scream shattered the quiet. I spun around to see the little boy from before, his tangled blonde hair wild, and his blue eyes blazing with an unnatural intensity. He ran toward me, sobbing uncontrollably, tugging at my sleeve. "Please help me. I can't find my mommy," he cried, voice cracking with desperation. Every instinct screamed at me to ignore him, to remember the rules etched so firmly in my mind. But something in those eyes held me captive. I took a step back, heart pounding as he reached out to grab my hand. Then, just as quickly as the terror had risen, his expression twisted into a malicious grin, sharp and cruel. "You can't help me," he said, voice dripping with venom, "but you can run." With that, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving me trembling and alone. The final minutes dragged by, each one heavier than the last. I mopped the floor once more, my hands raw and aching, the red liquid from under the stove refusing to be banished. I cursed under my breath, wondering how much longer I could survive this endless nightmare. When the clock finally struck 2, I followed the last rule. I grabbed 2 frozen burger patties from the freezer, ripped open the packaging, and placed them carefully on the grill. The smell of raw meat filled the kitchen, a strange comfort amidst the chaos. As I turned to discard the wrappers, the air grew cold once more. A shadow fell across the room, and there he stood, the Hamburglar, eyes black and unblinking, grin wider than ever. "This is your final warning," he said, voice low and dangerous. "Stay away from this place after hours, or next time you won't be so lucky." With that, he vanished, leaving me alone in the fading glow of the kitchen lights. I locked the doors behind me, heart still racing, and hurried to my car. As I drove away into the cold night, I knew that I was trapped in something far beyond my understanding. The rules were my only protection, but I feared the day they would no longer be enough. Each night was a battle, and the stakes were growing higher. I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on before the darkness swallowed me whole. The next night felt heavier than any before it, like the air itself was thick with unspoken warnings. I arrived at the restaurant early, the familiar flicker of the neon sign above the door, casting eerie shadows across the parking lot. The usual smells of grease and salt mingled with something colder, sharper, a metallic tang that set my nerves on edge the moment I stepped inside. I shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just the buildup of stress. After all, it was just a job. I slipped behind the counter and pulled on my headset, preparing for the night ahead. The first few hours were deceptively quiet, the regular buzz of customers a comforting backdrop against the dark corners of the place that I was starting to fear more and more. The rules rattled in my mind with every breath, each one a lifeline I clung to desperately. I glanced toward the drive-through window, half expecting to see that shadowy figure again, but tonight it was empty. The silence that followed was almost worse. Just as I was beginning to relax, the piercing wail of the old bell above the door shattered the stillness. I looked up to see the old woman in the shawl stepping inside. Her yellow eyes caught the light in a way that made them seem to glow, sending a shiver down my spine. I forced myself to look away, remembering the rule. But her gaze seemed to follow me, burning into my skin. I swallowed hard and spoke softly, "Where is Tony?" Her voice was barely more than a whisper, but it carried a weight that filled the room. "He is lost," she said again, before vanishing like a shadow melting into the darkness. I blinked, trying to steady my breathing. The restaurant felt colder, emptier, as if her presence had drawn the warmth from the air. I wiped my palms on my pants and forced myself to focus on the tasks ahead. Sweeping floors, wiping counters, it was all I had to keep the creeping dread at bay. Then, from somewhere in the back dining area, I heard the unmistakable sound of a child crying. My heart lurched. I turned to see the little boy from before, his hair wild and unkempt, his eyes blazing with a strange light. He ran toward me, his sobs echoing off the walls. "Please help me. I can't find my mommy." His voice cracked, filled with desperation. Every warning screamed inside my head, telling me to ignore him, to keep my distance. But those eyes held me in place, freezing me with a mixture of fear and pity. He reached for my sleeve, and I stepped back, heart pounding wildly. Then his expression shifted. Gone was the helpless child. In its place was a cruel, malicious grin that sent ice through my veins. "You cannot help me," he said in a voice that no longer sounded like a child's, but something darker, something ancient. "But you can run." Before I could react, he vanished, leaving behind a silence that pressed against my eardrums. I stood frozen, trying to catch my breath, my mind racing to piece together what was happening. The restaurant felt like a cage, the shadows growing longer and deeper with every passing second. The weight of unseen eyes bore down on me, and I knew the nightmare was far from over. The clock ticked closer to closing time, and with every minute I felt the walls closing in tighter. I dragged myself back to the kitchen and grabbed 2 frozen patties from the freezer. The cold plastic packaging bit into my hands as I tore it open and placed the raw meat carefully on the grill. The smell of the uncooked burgers was oddly grounding, a reminder of reality amid the creeping madness. Just as I turned to toss the wrappers into the bin, the air shifted. A cold breeze swept through the kitchen, extinguishing the warm glow of the lights and leaving me in a chilling semi-darkness. I froze, sensing a presence behind me. Slowly I turned my head. There he stood, the Hamburglar. His black eyes glinted with hunger and cruelty, and that monstrous grin stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of jagged, rotten teeth. The faint scent of decay clung to him like a fog. "This is your final warning," he growled, voice low and menacing. "Stay away after hours, or next time you won't be so lucky." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. There was nowhere to run, no place to hide. His presence filled the room, a dark cloud suffocating all hope. But before the terror could consume me, he dissolved into shadow, vanishing into the darkness like smoke on the wind. I locked the doors behind me, hands shaking as I turned the key in the lock. The cold night air hit me like a wave, but I welcomed it. I needed to get away, to breathe something other than fear. I hurried to my car, heart still pounding, and drove away from the restaurant, the oppressive weight of the night slowly lifting with every mile. Back in my small apartment, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the list of rules pinned above my desk. Each one felt more like a curse than guidance, a reminder that the night shift was a battle for survival. I ran my fingers over the paper, tracing the words like a prayer. I knew I couldn't keep living like this. The faces of those otherworldly visitors haunted my dreams, and the lingering sense of dread clung to me like a second skin. But quitting was not an option. I needed the money, and the strange draw of the unknown kept pulling me back to that cursed place. Sleep eluded me as I lay awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to writhe and shift, whispering secrets I could not understand. The nightmares had begun to seep into my waking hours, blurring the lines between reality and fear. As dawn approached, I made a silent vow. No matter what horrors awaited me, I would face them head on. I would follow the rules, cling to the fragile thread of sanity, and survive. Because if I didn't, I feared the darkness would consume me entirely. And so, with the first light of morning filtering through the curtains, I prepared myself for another night, one that might be even darker, colder, and more terrifying than all the ones before. The seventh night was nothing like the ones before. I felt a strange mix of dread and determination as I stepped into the restaurant, the familiar scent of fries and burgers now tinged with something darker, something I couldn't quite place. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their flicker casting long shadows that danced across the floor. I felt every hair on my body stand on end as I adjusted my hat and slid on my headset, bracing myself for whatever the night had in store. It didn't take long for the strange events to begin. Barely an hour after opening, I noticed it first, the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the empty dining room. At first, I thought it was just the crew restocking supplies, or maybe one of the closing staff arriving early. But as the minutes passed, the footsteps grew slower, heavier, and more deliberate. They weren't human, not quite. I glanced toward the dining area, my heart pounding as a shadow flickered just beyond the glass partition. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I remembered the rules, the warnings, and the countless nights of fear that had brought me to this moment. But instead of turning away or hiding, I forced myself to watch. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the old woman in the shawl once again. She stood silently near the register, her yellow eyes reflecting the dim light like flickering flames. My throat went dry, but I didn't look away. She didn't move, didn't speak, but I could feel her presence press down on me like a weight. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, plunging the restaurant into darkness for a split second before buzzing back on. The old woman was gone. The silence that followed was deafening. I tried to shake off the growing sense of unease and focused on my tasks, preparing orders and sweeping the floors with shaky hands. The rules were etched into my mind now, each one a lifeline in a sea of chaos. But as the clock edged toward 1:30, I heard a familiar sound, the high-pitched shriek of the child's voice. I froze. The boy appeared in the kitchen doorway, his tangled blonde hair a wild halo around his pale face. His deep blue eyes gleamed with an unnatural light as he staggered forward, the stale odor of neglect trailing behind him. "Please help me," he whimpered, voice cracking. "I can't find my mommy." Every instinct screamed for me to ignore him, to turn away and pretend he wasn't there. But his gaze held me captive, a mixture of fear and desperation swirling within those eyes. I clenched my fists, trying to push past the terror and focus on survival. Suddenly his expression twisted into a cruel sneer, and the voice shifted, deepening into something cold and menacing. "You cannot help me, but you will run." He vanished before I could react, leaving behind a chill that seeped into my bones. I took a shaky breath and retreated to the office, locking the door behind me. The quiet hum of the air conditioner was suddenly too loud, filling the space with oppressive silence. I sank into the chair, rubbing my temples as the events of the night pressed down on me. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows creeping along the edges of the room like living things. I pulled out the list of rules and read them again, hoping for some sense of clarity or comfort. Just then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I glanced at the screen. It was a text from Dave. The message was brief but chilling. "Tonight will be different. Stay sharp." A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. What did that mean? What was coming? I didn't have long to wonder. The sound of scratching filled the room, a slow, deliberate noise like nails dragging across metal. I froze, heart pounding as the sound grew louder, closer, until it was right outside the office door. I remembered the rule about feeling watched and locking myself away. My hands trembled as I grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut, turning the lock with a final click. The scratching continued, followed by a low growl that seemed to vibrate through the walls. I crouched down, hugging my knees as the noises circled the office, stopping now and then to knock sharply against the door. The voice whispered my name, a cruel mockery that sent waves of terror crashing through me. Time lost all meaning. Minutes felt like hours as I waited in that prison of shadows and fear. The knocking slowed, then stopped. The silence was worse than the noise. After what felt like an eternity, I cautiously unlocked the door and peered out. The restaurant was empty, bathed in an unnatural stillness. The lights flickered, casting the room in a wavering glow. I stepped out, every nerve on edge, and made my way to the kitchen. That's when I saw it, the black liquid again, oozing slowly from beneath the grill. The sight twisted my stomach, but I forced myself to mop it up as I had been told. Suddenly, a cold presence settled behind me. I spun around, heart in my throat, to face the Hamburglar once more. His grin was wider, more sinister, his eyes glowing with malevolence. "Last chance," he hissed. "Leave before it's too late." I swallowed hard, muscles locked in place, but I knew I couldn't run, not yet, not until I understood what this nightmare truly was and how to stop it. The night dragged on, each minute heavier than the last. Exhausted and terrified, I counted down the seconds until closing, praying for the dawn to come and end this horror. But deep inside, I knew this was far from over. When the clock finally struck 2:37, I placed the raw patties on the stove, my hands steady despite the shaking that had racked my body all night. I stepped outside into the cool early morning air, the first light of dawn bleeding over the horizon. As I locked the doors behind me, I looked back one last time. The shadows in the windows seemed to ripple, alive with secrets I was not yet ready to face. The rules, the warnings, they were just the beginning. And I was running out of time. The final night arrived with a weight heavier than anything I'd felt before. The exhaustion of 7 long nights clung to me like a second skin, but beneath that weariness, a stubborn ember of resolve burned bright. I had no choice but to face whatever was waiting for me in the shadows of the restaurant. I had learned the rules, lived through the terror, and now, somehow, I had to find a way to survive, and maybe even end this nightmare. As I stepped through the front door just past midnight, the familiar hum of the neon lights buzzed in my ears. The smell of grease and fries was ever present, but tonight it mingled with an undercurrent of something metallic and sharp. I swallowed hard, steeling myself. The night ahead would test every ounce of courage I had left. I made my way to the office, locking the door behind me as always. The first hour passed in tense silence, the monitors flickering occasionally, showing empty hallways and quiet booths. I kept my headset on, half expecting the usual interruptions, but for a time there was only silence. Then the knocking started, soft, deliberate taps at the drive-through window. My heart pounded as the memory of the hooded figure came flooding back. I reminded myself to stay out of sight, to not meet those glowing eyes. I crouched behind the counter, breath shallow, fingers clenched tight. The knocking ceased suddenly, replaced by a whisper carried on the cold air. I could barely make out the words, but the name Blair echoed through the stillness. I forced myself not to respond, to keep my eyes fixed on the monitors, scanning for any sign of movement. Minutes later, the old woman in the shawl appeared, stepping through the door with silent grace. Her yellow eyes locked onto mine, sending a shiver down my spine. This time I was ready. I avoided her gaze, focusing instead on the list of rules and the promise they held. But my curiosity almost got the better of me when her voice, cold and gravelly, spoke the single question I had dreaded. "Where's Tony?" My pulse quickened. I knew from the rules that asking this question would send her away, but the moment hung heavy with dread. With trembling lips, I whispered the name. Suddenly her figure dissipated like smoke, leaving behind only a chill and a lingering sense of unease. The hours crawled forward as the restaurant seemed to breathe around me. The whispers returned, this time rising to low growls and scratching noises from the kitchen. I remembered the warning about the black liquid, and sure enough, when I peeked behind the grill, a dark, viscous substance was seeping from the cracks. The coppery taste in my mouth returned, sharp and bitter. Ignoring my gag reflex, I grabbed the mop and began cleaning, the motions mechanical, almost trance-like. The liquid stubbornly resisted, and my hands blistered as I scrubbed away the unnatural stain. Finally, the flow ceased, and I dumped the last bucket down the drain with a sigh of relief. I wiped the sweat from my brow, my eyes catching movement in the corner of the kitchen. There he was, the Hamburglar. His gaunt figure lurked in the shadows, eyes burning with malevolent hunger. His grin stretched wider than ever, teeth jagged and stained. "You've done well to make it this far," he rasped, "but this is where the game ends." Fear rooted me to the spot, but something inside me snapped. I was done running. I had to fight. I took a slow, deliberate breath, summoning every ounce of courage I had. "What do you want from me?" I demanded, voice trembling but firm. The Hamburglar's grin faltered for a brief moment, as if surprised by my defiance. "To feed," he said simply, "to consume the fear and weakness of those foolish enough to linger." I swallowed hard, my mind racing. If fear was his strength, then I needed to deny it. I straightened my back, raising my voice in a way I hadn't dared before. "You won't have that satisfaction." His eyes narrowed, and the shadows around him seemed to grow darker, swirling like a living storm. But before he could advance, a sudden burst of light filled the room. Dave had returned, holding a strange device that pulsed with energy. The creature recoiled, hissing like a wounded animal. "You won't take another night from my crew," Dave said, voice steady and commanding. "This ends now." With a flick of a switch, the device emitted a high-frequency pulse. The Hamburglar screamed, a terrible sound that rattled the walls and chilled my soul. Shadows fled, and the black liquid evaporated, leaving the kitchen spotless for the first time in days. When the pulse faded, the creature was gone, replaced by an eerie silence that felt almost sacred. Dave turned to me, eyes tired but resolute. "You've done well, Blair. More than anyone could have hoped." I shook, overwhelmed by relief and exhaustion. The nightmare was over. As dawn broke, I locked the doors one final time. The restaurant felt different, lighter, somehow cleansed of the darkness that had haunted it. I stepped outside, the fresh morning air filling my lungs, and I knew that whatever lurked in the shadows had been banished. Dave clapped me on the shoulder. "We'll get you into a better schedule. No more late nights for you." I smiled, the weight finally lifting from my chest. The rules had been strange, the horrors real, but I had survived, and I was stronger for it. Walking to my car, I glanced back at the building one last time. The shadows no longer stirred. The silence was peaceful. For the first time in weeks, I felt safe. The nightmare was done. Before I explain what's happening, I need to make something clear. I love Naomi. We've lived together for over 3 years now, but we've known each other since we were kids. Some people hear that and think it's too good to be true, but for us, it just always felt right. Through every phase of life, awkward teen years, college, jobs in different cities, we always circled back to each other. I honestly don't know why it took me so long to ask her out, but I'm glad I finally did. We share the same weird sense of humor, love the same indie bands, quote the same obscure movies, and even argue about the same takeout places every Friday night. Naomi is the most gentle, grounded, endlessly kind person I've ever known. We talk about getting married, about kids someday. She's the one person who makes the world feel less loud. That's why what's been happening is so hard to understand. Everything started to come apart in just 4 nights. Naomi's never had much family. She's got a couple of distant relatives somewhere in Oregon, but she's never met them and doesn't even remember their names. I grew up in a big, chaotic household. 4 brothers, cousins always showing up, loud dinners and last-minute sleepovers. Naomi didn't have that. Her father died when she was young. He was abusive and mean, and it left a heavy shadow on her. But her mother was amazing, strong, warm, kind. She basically raised Naomi by herself and always welcomed me like I was her own. When she passed away last year, it was brutal, for both of us. Naomi stayed strong. She has this quiet way of holding herself together, even when she's falling apart inside. and I always thought I could see those cracks better than anyone else. That I knew her even better than she knew herself. That's what makes what's happening now so terrifying, because I don't recognize her. It started on a Wednesday night. I was sleeping, caught in some dream I can't remember, when I felt something, fingers brushing through my hair, soft. I opened my eyes slowly and saw Naomi sitting upright on the bed, staring down at me. "Knock, knock," she whispered. Her voice was so close to my ear, it made my heart jump. I blinked at her, confused. "What?" "Knock, knock," she said again, smiling. The digital clock on the dresser read 3:27 in the morning. "Naomi, what are you doing?" I asked. She didn't answer my question. Her expression didn't change. "Please answer the joke," she said gently. "Knock, knock." Still groggy, I gave a confused laugh. "Okay, who's there?" Her smile widened just a bit. "Not me, so don't answer the door." I stared at her for a second, expecting more, but she just nodded and lay down on the couch in the corner, wrapping herself in a blanket like everything was normal. "All right then, weirdo," I mumbled and rolled over, trying to go back to sleep. The next morning, I didn't even bring it up at first. I was brushing my teeth when the memory hit me. Had it really happened? It felt too vivid to be a dream. At breakfast, she was reading some article out loud about fashion trends, and I took the chance to ask her about the night before. At first, she looked confused. Then, for a brief second, that exact same smile from the night before flickered across her face. She shrugged it off and said it was nothing important, and when I pushed a little more, she changed the subject completely. I let it go. Maybe it was stress. Maybe she was trying something new to cope with everything that had been weighing on her lately. I had work and deadlines to meet, and figured it wouldn't happen again. But the next night, it did. "Knock, knock," she whispered, waking me again at the exact same time. "Naomi?" I asked. "What is it this time?" "Knock," she repeated, just once this time. She wasn't touching me this time, just sitting on the edge of the bed, back straight, hands in her lap, watching me. Her eyes looked wider somehow. She blinked less. I looked at the clock. 3:27 again. "This is weird," I said. "It's kind of creepy, you know that." "Knock, knock," she whispered. I sighed. "Fine, who's there?" She smiled just like before. "Not me, so don't answer the door." It sent a small shiver through me this time. There was something about the way she said it. It didn't feel like a joke anymore. There was no teasing in her voice. It was hollow, off. "What does that even mean?" I asked, my voice lower than before. Naomi said nothing. She just lay down again and went back to sleep. The next day, I brought it up again, tried to keep things casual. I said I was worried, that I hadn't been sleeping, and asked her directly if she remembered waking me up like that. Her answer was frustratingly vague. She claimed not to remember most of it, but didn't deny it either. I told her I couldn't keep doing this, being pulled out of sleep every night at the same time. She nodded and said she understood. That night, she cooked my favorite meal. We watched one of those old mystery thrillers we both liked. I started to think maybe everything really was fine. Maybe she'd been sleep-talking. Maybe grief was catching up in weird ways. But when I went to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling. I lay awake longer than usual, waiting. "Knock," she whispered again. I closed my eyes tighter, pretending I hadn't heard. "Knock." Still, I said nothing. "Knock." My stomach twisted. The clock said 3:27. I felt like if I just stayed still, stayed quiet, she'd stop. Maybe this was a test. Maybe she needed me to ignore it. "Knock." I rolled over fast, frustrated and a little scared. "Naomi, enough." She was standing now, not smiling. Her eyes were open too wide, like she'd forgotten how to blink. "Knock," she whispered. "What the hell is going on with you?" I said, voice rising. No response, just that stare. "Fine, who's there?" I snapped. "Not me," she said, voice flat. "So don't answer the door." She lay down again without another word. I sat on the edge of the bed, heart thudding in my chest. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I tried not to look at her the next morning. I told myself it was exhaustion, that maybe Naomi had been sleepwalking or dealing with something she didn't want to share. But none of that explained the way she had stared at me, or how she said that phrase with such a blank, expressionless voice. Not me, so don't answer the door. I could still hear the words repeating in my head like a broken loop. Naomi didn't say anything when she came into the kitchen. She made coffee, stood silently by the counter, and glanced at me once or twice like she was trying to decide if we were in a fight. Her silence unnerved me more than anything else. Usually, if something was bothering her, she talked. Now she just moved through the house like she was floating through it. "I think we need to talk," I said finally, setting down my mug, "about what's been happening at night." She turned her head toward me slowly. Her expression didn't change. "What about it?" she asked. "You've been waking me up every night, saying that same line over and over. Knock, knock. Not me. Don't answer the door. Naomi, you promised you'd stop." Her lips pressed into a thin line, and then she gave a soft shrug. "I don't remember promising anything." "Are you messing with me?" I asked, feeling the heat rise in my chest. "Because if this is some kind of joke, I'm telling you it's not funny." Naomi just stared for a long time, then said, "Maybe you were dreaming." That was it. That was all she said. She turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving her coffee untouched on the counter. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, trying to convince myself that she was right. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe stress was messing with me more than I realized. Work had been rough lately, and I had not exactly been sleeping well since her mom passed. Maybe everything was bleeding together. But that night, I didn't go to bed at the same time as her. I waited. I stayed up watching TV in the living room, volume turned low, waiting for 3:27 to come around like it had the last few nights. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I remember was that feeling again, someone breathing too close to me. I opened my eyes. Naomi was standing over the couch. I jolted, my heart racing. She was just there, silent, staring at me. Her pupils were dilated, and her face looked almost slack, like someone had hit pause on her emotions. "Naomi," I whispered. She tilted her head slightly. "Knock," she said. Then again, "Knock." I sat upright, trying not to panic. "You said you wouldn't?" "Knock." She took a step back, like she was gliding. "Please," I said, "please stop doing this." But she didn't stop. "Knock," she said again. I stood up, grabbing the edge of the couch for support. "Who's there?" I muttered. Her smile returned. It wasn't a warm one. It stretched too wide, the corners of her mouth pulling unnaturally. "Not me, so don't answer the door." She turned around and walked back upstairs without saying another word. I didn't sleep. I sat in the armchair until the sun came up, my thoughts spinning, trying to make sense of it. She wasn't right. Something was wrong. But I didn't know what kind of wrong it was. Was this a medical issue? A psychological break? Or was it something else entirely? When Naomi came down later, she looked like her usual self again. She asked me if I had slept okay, like nothing had happened. I gave her the shortest answers I could and left the house early. That day, I made an appointment with a therapist friend of mine, someone I trusted. I didn't go into all the details, just asked for advice on sleepwalking and whether repetitive behavior in dreams could mean something deeper. We scheduled a session for the next week, and I told Naomi later that day that we should go, together. She seemed hesitant, but eventually nodded. That night, I lay in bed for hours, pretending to be asleep. I even tried to fake snoring a little. I waited for the whisper, waited for the breath on my neck. But it didn't come. When I opened my eyes, it was 5:37 in the morning. She hadn't woken me up. She was already up, in the kitchen making breakfast, like everything was fine. I wanted to believe maybe this was the end of it. Maybe talking about therapy had snapped her out of whatever it was. She smiled when I sat down, handed me a plate of scrambled eggs and toast. "You look better," she said. "Didn't wake up last night," I replied carefully. She didn't say anything back, just sipped her orange juice. I let it go. I wanted peace. I wanted my old Naomi back. That night, I slept beside her again. No whispers, no knock-knock. The next night was the same, and the next. By the fourth day, I was starting to relax. Maybe she really had just been going through something. Grief can manifest in strange ways. I started thinking about our weekend plans again, maybe driving up to the lake house for a change of scenery. Then came night 5. I was deep in sleep when I heard it again. Knock. The sound jolted me upright. My first thought was that it was coming from downstairs, but then I realized the room was too dark, too quiet, and the air felt wrong, like something was sitting heavy on my chest. Knock. It came again, but Naomi was not in bed. I sat up fully, feeling the cold hit my skin. I turned on the bedside lamp and looked around. She was not in the room, but the knocking didn't stop. Soft, rhythmic, measured, like someone tapping their fingers on wood. I walked slowly toward the door and listened. It wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from the window. I turned and walked to the curtain, pulling it aside just enough to see. Outside, on the lawn, someone was standing. It was Naomi. Same pajamas, same hair, same face. But she was staring up at the window, and she was mouthing something. Knock, knock. I stumbled back, heart racing. I turned to the bed. Naomi was there, sleeping, or at least lying still with her back to me. I stood frozen, unable to make sense of what I was seeing. There were 2 of her, one outside, one in bed, and I didn't know which one was mine. I backed out of the room, breath caught in my throat. My hands shook as I reached for my phone, but it was gone. I had left it downstairs. The knock came again. Not from outside this time, but from inside the house. Downstairs. Knock. Knock. Then the voice came, quiet, from behind the bedroom door. "Please answer. It's me." I stood motionless near the door, the words still echoing faintly in the hallway. "Please answer. It's me." The voice was soft, but carried a strange weight behind it, like someone whispering from behind a wall, too close and too far at the same time. My first thought was to rush back into the bedroom, shut the door, and pretend none of this was happening. But curiosity overpowered fear, just long enough to take one hesitant step out into the hallway. The floor creaked under my foot. I winced. Downstairs, the knock came again. 1, then 2, and then silence. I didn't call out. I didn't ask who was there. My lips were too dry and my throat too tight to speak. I moved slowly down the hallway, glancing behind me once to make sure Naomi was still asleep in bed. She hadn't moved. Her breathing was deep, and even, her back still turned toward me. She looked peaceful, like none of this was disturbing her in the slightest. I reached the top of the stairs and stopped. The living room light was off, but the outside porch light was casting a dull glow through the blinds. Everything was quiet again. No voice, no knocks. Just the low hum of the refrigerator down the hall, and the faint ticking of the kitchen clock. I stood there for what felt like several minutes, gripping the railing, trying to decide what to do. Part of me was still hoping it had been a dream. That maybe I had slipped back into one of those half-sleep states where you wake but your brain stays behind. But it felt too real, every step, every sound. I made my way down the stairs, holding my breath. When I reached the bottom, I saw it. The front door was slightly open. Not wide, just enough that it let in a line of cold air that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I had locked it before bed, I was sure of that. I didn't walk toward it. I couldn't. Instead, I turned and quietly backed into the kitchen, grabbing the closest object I could find. A heavy glass jar from the counter. Not exactly a weapon, but it was better than my bare hands. The house was so quiet, I could hear the thudding of my own pulse. I crouched near the side of the fridge, peeking toward the door from a distance, but nothing came through. No movement, no voice, no shadow. Then I heard footsteps. Not heavy, but slow. Deliberate. Upstairs. I felt cold panic rise in my throat. She was supposed to be in bed. But I had seen Naomi lying down, unmoving, the blankets pulled up to her shoulders, and yet now I could hear someone walking across the hallway above me. Light, slow footsteps, like someone dragging their feet across the wooden floor. I gripped the jar tighter and slowly stood upright. Every part of me wanted to run outside and not stop running until morning. But I had to see. I had to know what was going on. I had to be sure that what I was hearing was real. I crept up the stairs one step at a time, each footfall carefully placed to avoid the creaky boards. When I reached the top, I looked down the hallway. Naomi's bedroom door was wide open. I stared into the darkness of our room. It looked still, empty. I took a step closer. Then another. I reached the doorway and flipped the light switch. She was gone. The bed was untouched. The blankets were folded. It was as if no one had slept in it all night. I looked around, confused, trying to make sense of it. Maybe she had gotten up and gone to the bathroom, but the bathroom door was open, the light off, and it was empty. Then I heard her laugh. It was faint, coming from the far end of the hallway. Naomi's voice, soft and warm, but off, like someone trying too hard to sound like her. "John," she called, "come back to bed." I spun toward the voice, but the hallway was still. "John," she said again from behind me. I turned again. She was standing inside the room. Only it wasn't the same Naomi I had seen before. Her expression was calm, her eyes wide and glossy, and she wasn't blinking. "Come lie down with me," she whispered. I didn't move. I couldn't. My legs were locked in place, and my breathing grew shallow. She walked toward the bed, sat down, and turned her back to me. Her head tilted slightly, almost like a doll being repositioned. Then she lay down and pulled the blanket over her shoulders. I backed out of the room, slowly, not taking my eyes off her. I didn't trust my own senses anymore. I felt like I was losing track of time, like I had stepped into something that bent reality around the edges. I made my way back downstairs and sat on the couch. I stared at the front door, now completely shut. I was sure I had left it open. At some point, I must have drifted off again. When I woke up, morning light was creeping through the blinds. Naomi was in the kitchen, pouring coffee, humming a tune like nothing was wrong. She glanced over at me and smiled. "Rough night?" she asked. I couldn't answer. I was still shaken, still not sure if I was dreaming or awake. She didn't seem bothered by anything. Just handed me a cup of coffee and kissed my forehead before sitting across from me and flipping through the mail. I wanted to ask her about last night, about the knocks, the voice, the second Naomi I saw upstairs, but I didn't. I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? Later that afternoon, I received a message from our therapist friend. He had an earlier slot open and wanted to know if we could come that evening. I told Naomi. She nodded and said she would be ready. But by the time we were supposed to leave, she was gone. Not just out of the house. Her keys were still there. Her phone, too. I searched every room, every corner. She was nowhere to be found. I waited for an hour. Then 2. When I finally tried calling her phone, I heard it ringing from inside the closet upstairs. That night, I stayed up in the living room again. At 3:27 in the morning, I heard it. Knock. Knock. Followed by her voice. "Not me, so don't answer the door." I did not move. I did not breathe. Outside the window, I saw her again. Standing under the porch light. Smiling. I could see her face clearly beneath the porch light. Naomi, or something that looked exactly like her. Her lips were parted just enough to show a hint of teeth, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. They were blank, as if they'd been painted on. She wasn't blinking, not once. She just stood there, unmoving, watching me through the window like a portrait left out in the rain. I ducked out of sight behind the edge of the couch and pressed my back against the floor. My heart thundered in my chest, loud enough I was sure it would echo through the walls. The whole house was silent, except for that awful, heavy feeling creeping into the room. I waited. I counted slowly in my head. 30 seconds passed, then 60. Still, no sound, no more knocks, no more whispers. I forced myself to inch back toward the window, careful to stay just low enough that I could peek without being seen. But when I looked out again, she was gone. No sign of her on the porch. The light still glowed dimly against the concrete, but the figure that had been there only moments ago had vanished. The air in the house felt thinner, not like something had left, but like something had settled in. I stood up slowly and locked the front door again, turning the deadbolt and sliding the chain across, even though I had no real sense it would help. My hands were shaking as I backed away, and I realized I hadn't blinked in a while either. It felt like if I did, I'd miss something I wasn't supposed to. I didn't go back upstairs. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the living room floor with every light in the house turned on. The minutes dragged until the sky started to turn blue, and for a while I just watched the shadows shift across the walls. When the sun rose and everything looked more ordinary again, I finally stood up and made myself some coffee, but it didn't feel like morning. It felt like the last piece of something had fallen out of place. By 9 o'clock, I was back upstairs checking the closet where I'd found Naomi's phone. I pulled out her coats, checked behind the boxes of winter shoes, even searched through the drawers for anything strange. Nothing. No notes, no messages, no hint that she had ever left. I turned the phone on. Still no missed calls, no texts, no updates. I decided to call her best friend Erica. She picked up after a couple of rings and sounded surprised to hear from me. When I asked if she had seen Naomi in the last day or two, she hesitated. "She called me yesterday afternoon," Erica said. "Sounded off. Said she was feeling sick, might lie down for a bit. Why? Is she okay?" I lied and said yes, that she was probably still resting. We hung up a few minutes later, but I knew then that whatever Naomi had said to her was a cover. She hadn't gone anywhere. She was still in the house. But where? That night I didn't try to sleep. I stayed in the study with Naomi's laptop open in front of me and every light still burning. I watched old videos we'd taken on our trips. Her voice was the same. Her laugh was real. Her eyes sparkled in those clips, the way they never did anymore. And each time I played them back, I tried to find the difference. Something I could point at and say, this is the real her and this is not. But nothing jumped out. Only the overwhelming feeling that something was wrong now, and had been for a long time. At 3:27 in the morning, I heard the floorboards creak above me. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. I muted the laptop. The silence was immediate and brutal. Another creak, closer this time. I stood up, holding the edge of the desk for balance. My knees felt weak, like they didn't trust what I was about to do. I stepped out into the hallway and stared up the staircase. The lights were still on. Every one of them, but they suddenly felt dimmer, like the bulbs were straining against something heavier than darkness. I didn't call out. I just moved, one foot in front of the other, until I reached the top of the stairs. The bedroom door was open again. I pushed it wider and looked inside. Naomi was sitting at the edge of the bed. Her head was tilted to one side just slightly, and her hands were resting in her lap. She looked at me without speaking. "Naomi," I whispered. She didn't blink. "Where were you yesterday?" I asked. She smiled. It was small, controlled. "I was here," she said. "No, you weren't." She tilted her head further. "Then maybe I was somewhere else, but I'm here now." I took a step back. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Of course," she said. I turned and walked toward the guest room, locking the door behind me once I was inside. I shoved a chair under the doorknob for good measure. Then I sat in the farthest corner with my back to the wall and waited. I didn't sleep. I didn't close my eyes once. At exactly 3:27, I heard it again. Knock, knock. But it wasn't at the front door. It was on the guest room wall, the wall that connected to the hallway. Then her voice, soft, right behind it. Not me, she whispered. I sat frozen, my body numb. Then I heard her steps retreating, each footfall fainter than the last, until they were gone. When morning came, I opened the door slowly. The hallway was empty. Naomi was in the kitchen again, humming a different song. She made breakfast like it was any other morning. No mention of the night before. I left the house without saying a word. I drove for hours, nowhere in particular, just away, but I couldn't stay away forever. I came back that night, long after sunset, and the lights in the house were all off. The door was unlocked. Inside it was too quiet, too still. I didn't call her name. I just walked in, step by step, and turned on the hallway light. There was a note taped to the wall. Just 3 words, written in Naomi's handwriting. Do not open. I don't know what it meant. I don't know if it was a warning or a joke. But the last time she said something like that, it wasn't her voice that came from behind the door. I didn't sleep that night either. And I'm starting to wonder if I ever will again. The day after I found Ellen watching me sleep, everything felt like it was sliding further into something I couldn't quite explain. She was already awake when I came downstairs, sitting at the table like she had been waiting for hours. Her coffee was untouched, and her eyes were hollow, focused somewhere past me. I asked her if she slept. She blinked like I had startled her, then nodded slowly. I knew she was lying. Her face looked stretched, tired in a way I had never seen before. I wanted to say something about last night. I wanted to demand an explanation, but my mouth stayed closed, and instead I poured myself a cup and sat across from her in silence. I watched her fingers. They twitched every few minutes like she was trying to grasp something invisible. Her expression never changed, not even when I tried to get her to laugh with a story about work. I barely got a smile, and when she did look at me, it felt like she wasn't seeing me. She was studying me, measuring something I couldn't guess. Later that evening, I came home to find Ellen asleep on the couch. That surprised me. The last few nights had been anything but restful, and here she was, finally still and quiet. I stood there just watching her for a few seconds, thinking maybe we were turning a corner. Maybe it had just been some weird psychological glitch, and she was coming back to herself. But when I leaned down to adjust the blanket, I saw her eyes were half open. Not wide, not fully alert, just enough to show the whites. And they weren't moving, just fixed on nothing. I backed away. I didn't say anything at dinner. She barely touched her food again, pushing things around her plate, pretending to chew. I knew she wasn't swallowing. Her jaw moved, but I never saw her lift the fork more than once. I started to feel this deep pit in my stomach. I was eating next to someone who looked like my girlfriend, someone I had shared years of my life with, but I was no longer convinced she was the same person. When I told her I had made another appointment with my friend, the psychologist, she didn't argue. She didn't even ask when or why. She just said, "Okay," with a voice like cracked glass. That scared me more than if she had fought me on it. At least that would have meant she still cared about controlling the story. But this felt like surrender. That night, I didn't go to bed. I stayed on the couch again, watching the stairs. I left the hallway light on. I left the bathroom light on too. I didn't want anything to be completely dark anymore. Every shadow seemed to breathe. I kept the TV on low, something stupid and familiar. Anything to drown out the silence I used to be so comfortable in. At exactly 3:27 in the morning, I heard the creak of the upstairs floorboards. I muted the TV. I didn't move. I listened. There was no voice this time. No knock-knock. Just slow, deliberate steps down the stairs. The kind of footsteps someone makes when they know you're waiting for them to arrive. I sat completely still, blanket pulled up to my chest like that would do anything. My heart was pounding so loudly, I couldn't tell if the sound I heard next was real or part of my imagination. A breath. close, behind the couch. I turned around fast. Nothing. Nobody there. I stood up. Every hair on my neck was standing on end. I moved toward the kitchen, grabbing the biggest knife from the drawer just in case. I'm not a violent man, but I was too far past comfort to feel reasonable anymore. I wanted to believe this was a sleep disorder or some kind of grief-fueled psychosis. But whatever was happening, I didn't feel safe, not with her. I didn't sleep at all. When Ellen came down around 7, she looked refreshed, smiling. She kissed my forehead like nothing had happened. She asked if I had slept okay. I didn't answer. I just looked at her. She didn't even blink when I told her I had been downstairs the whole night. She didn't ask why. Something was gone in her, or something had taken its place. Later that day, I checked the hallway camera. I had installed one a few months earlier when there were break-ins down the block. I had forgotten about it until that morning. I pulled up the footage from 3 o'clock to 4. There was a gap. The timeline skipped from 3:26 to 4:10. I scrubbed through it again. Same thing. I checked the settings. Everything looked fine. Storage, motion detection, file recovery, all of it seemed to be working. I checked the previous nights. The same thing happened. 3:26 gone to 4:10. Every single night. That camera only glitched during that same hour and change. I didn't know what scared me more, the idea that Ellen was somehow manipulating the footage, or that she had nothing to do with it at all. When I got back upstairs, Ellen was humming. She never used to hum. I asked her what the song was. She said she didn't know, said it just came to her. I asked her to stop. She smiled and said okay. But I kept hearing it later, under her breath, like she didn't know she was doing it. That night, I locked the bedroom door from the inside and stayed awake with the light on. I kept the knife under the pillow. I texted my psychologist friend and asked if I could move the appointment up. No response yet. At 3:27, I heard scratching. Not knocking. Scratching, slow and steady, against the outside of the door. Then came her voice. But it wasn't the one I knew. It was her voice, yes, but distant, wet, like someone trying to speak through a wall of static. "Knock, knock," she said. I held the pillow tight over my ears, whispered to myself over and over, "It's not her, it's not her." Then silence. A few minutes later, I heard the door unlock. From the outside, and I never gave her a key. I didn't move. I lay there in the bed, frozen under the covers, as the sound of the lock turning echoed through the silence of the room. I had not given her a key. That door was supposed to be locked from the inside. I held my breath, counting each second by the slow beat of my heart. The handle turned slowly, then it stopped. The scratching came again, softer this time, like fingernails dragging across the wood in a pattern. "Knock, knock," the voice whispered. I stayed absolutely still. The blade under my pillow felt cold and my hand gripped it without thinking. The silence that followed was worse than the knocking. It stretched out, long and uncertain. I waited for her to say it again, for that twisted, terrifying joke. But instead, the door began to creak open. No resistance, no sound from the handle, just the quiet groan of the hinges as it swung inward, inch by inch. Ellen was standing there, but it wasn't her. I could tell now. Everything about her was shaped like the woman I loved. Her eyes, her lips, the soft line of her shoulders, but the expression was wrong. Too still, too smooth. It was like someone wearing a mask, sculpted so well it almost fooled you. Almost. She stepped into the room. I sat up, not running, not shouting, just watching her move like something crawling inside a human shape. My fingers still clutched the knife under the blanket. "What are you?" I asked, voice low. She blinked slowly. "I'm Ellen," she said. "No, you're not," I whispered. "I've always been," she said again. "You just don't remember." Her head tilted. That strange, too fluid motion she always did. "You've always answered, John. Every night. You've always let me in." "No, I never." I stopped. because I remembered something. A flash, a night years ago, long before the knock-knock jokes. A strange sound at the door. Ellen hadn't been home that evening. I was alone. I remembered getting up, hearing it. A soft knock. And the words. Knock, knock. And I had answered it. Just that once. Who's there? I had whispered in the dark. But I never saw anything, never told anyone. Ellen stepped closer. The light above her flickered. I told you, she said softly, not me, so don't answer the door. What does that mean? I asked. Why do you keep saying that? To protect you, she said, to keep it out. But you are it. She smiled. And I understood. Whatever this thing was, whatever it had become, Ellen had been fighting it. She had been warning me, not taunting me, not haunting me. She had been trying to protect me from the thing that had taken her place, or maybe the thing that had been waiting all along to be let in. My chest tightened. I felt that familiar pressure again, like a hand on my heart. What did you do to her? I asked. She said nothing. What did you do to her? I repeated louder, stepping off the bed, knife visible now. She's still here, the thing said, tapping her temple. Just behind the glass, watching. I lunged before I could think, knife raised, but the figure didn't flinch. She didn't even try to move. As I reached her, my hand shaking, she whispered again. You already opened the door. You just forgot. I stopped. I couldn't bring the blade down. I couldn't move at all. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around me, held me like Ellen used to. Her voice shifted, warmer now, more familiar. You missed me. You were so lonely. I dropped the knife. Something in me broke, and I began to cry. She held me until my knees buckled and we both sank to the floor. When I woke, the sun was rising. The bed was empty. The room was quiet. The knife was gone. Downstairs, everything was back to normal. Ellen was in the kitchen, flipping pancakes like it was any other Sunday morning. She smiled at me, the real kind, the smile I hadn't seen in days. Sleep better, she asked. I nodded slowly. Want coffee? I said yes, and we sat down together. No knock-knock, no strange stares, no freezing air or voices behind doors. Just us. Or so it seemed. That night, I went through everything. Her photos, her messages, even old journals. I was looking for proof, for something I missed, but I found something else. One of her journals dated a few years ago. It had a page torn out. On the next page, scribbled hastily, she had written the same phrase over and over. Do not answer the door. Do not answer the door. Do not answer the door. Over 50 times, the handwriting got sloppier near the end, like her hands were shaking. I turned the page, nothing else. I closed the book and sat still for a long time. It has been 3 weeks since then. Ellen is still here. She cooks, she cleans, she hums her strange little tune. She touches my arm like she remembers how it used to feel. Her eyes are warm again. Her laugh is real. We even went to dinner with friends last weekend. No one suspects anything. But I know. I see it in her at night. When she thinks I am asleep, I feel her watching. And sometimes, when I walk by the hallway mirror, I think I see someone else's reflection standing behind me. The other night, she leaned over to kiss me goodnight and whispered the words again. Knock, knock. I said nothing. She smiled wider than I had ever seen, and walked away. That was the last time I answered. I never say who's there anymore. No matter what time the knock comes, and no matter how much the voice outside sounds like Ellen, because I finally understand. She was never trying to scare me. She was trying to save me. And maybe, just maybe, if I never answer again, she still can. This happened 3 summers ago, and I still won't go anywhere near that side of town. Even driving past the plant gives me that weird back-of-the-neck feeling now. I know how that sounds. I wouldn't believe me either if I hadn't been there, if I hadn't seen the footage with my own eyes. But I did. And I wish I never had. So, the tunnel. It's a real place. Half the kids from my high school knew about it. There's this old water treatment plant on the edge of town, right where the trail turns to gravel and dips behind that little hill next to the abandoned substation. You can find the tunnel entrance about 20 feet past the last chain-link fence. It's not marked, but everyone who's been there knows what you're looking for. The tunnel's short, narrow, and barely tall enough to walk upright in maybe 6 feet at most. It's lined with concrete, and water drips from somewhere overhead, constantly. The air inside always smells like metal and mildew, and you can hear your own footsteps echo ahead of you like they're trying to warn you not to keep going. I'd heard stories, obviously. Everyone had. The usual: some kid saw something in there, don't go past the halfway mark. Someone disappeared back in the 90s. Stuff that sounded like exaggeration, or older kids trying to scare the new ones. But people kept going back. It was a dare thing. You know how that works. Show you've got nerve. Walk the whole thing alone, record it, prove you did it. Derek was the one who took it seriously. He was a quiet kid, not antisocial or anything, just the kind of guy who didn't make a lot of noise. He was in my grade, but we only started hanging out the year this happened because of a shared elective. Film and media, that's important, by the way. He was obsessed with documenting things, always filming, always editing little projects no one asked for. I thought it was cool, actually. Gave him something to focus on. That summer, he decided to do the tunnel, not just walk it, film it, edit it, and turn it into a short documentary, he said. Something serious but local, whatever that meant. He had a basic GoPro, the kind you can strap to your chest or helmet. He borrowed a flashlight from his dad and asked if I wanted to come with him to shoot the entry and exit for contrast. "You don't have to go in," he said. "Just wait on the other side. It'll take like 15 minutes max." I said yes. I didn't really believe any of the stories, and it sounded harmless. We went late in the afternoon, right before sunset. The idea was to catch that last bit of golden light while he filmed his intro. I remember exactly what he wore: gray hoodie, black cargo pants, and those same scuffed Vans he wore everywhere. The GoPro was already recording before we even got to the tunnel. He kept narrating into it, talking about the history of the plant and how the tunnel was likely part of the overflow system or emergency maintenance line. He sounded calm, focused. I waited at the other end like I said I would. It took about 6 minutes before I heard his footsteps coming through the tunnel again, but he didn't come out right away. I called his name, half joking. "Derek?" Silence. Then his voice echoed back, weirdly flat. "Yeah." He came out a few seconds later, squinting into the light like he'd just stepped off a plane. His face looked pale. I figured maybe the tunnel freaked him out more than he'd expected. "You good?" I asked. He nodded but didn't say anything. Just walked past me and sat on the grass, taking off the camera like it was heavier than it should have been. I didn't press. We chilled for another 10 minutes, then walked back to my car. He didn't upload the footage that night. In fact, he didn't say anything about it for 2 days. When I finally asked him if he watched it yet, He just texted me back. Yeah, you should see it. I went over that evening. His laptop was already open on his desk, the GoPro file queued up. He didn't say much, just hit play and stood behind me. The first few minutes were what I expected him walking, narrating, light bouncing off the tunnel walls. You could hear water dripping, the steady beat of his footsteps. It felt claustrophobic even on screen. Then, somewhere around the halfway point, he stopped walking. The camera tilted slightly like he'd turned to look behind him. That's when the echo started. Footsteps behind him. But the tunnel was straight, no place to hide, no other entrances. I know because I checked the blueprints myself later, and no one else had gone in. The footsteps kept going for a few seconds, then silence. The camera panned back toward the end of the tunnel. He stood still for another beat, then turned and kept walking. The weird part? He never looked scared in the video, just confused. But when I looked up at him standing behind me, he wasn't confused anymore. He looked rattled. "Go back," he said. I rewound it to where the footsteps started. This time he pointed. "Pause it, right there." I did, and he leaned over, slowly moved the cursor frame by frame. It was right before he turned back to the entrance, only 2 or 3 frames total. But there, behind him, maybe 20 feet back, was something. I still don't know what it was. The frame was blurry, obviously. It wasn't a full figure, just part of something tall, pale, and shaped wrong. No clear face, no details. Just presence. It looked like it was standing at an angle that didn't make sense, like it was pressed against the side of the wall but also facing forward. And it was gone by the next frame. I turned and looked at him. "You didn't see that when you were inside?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear anything either, not at that part." It took us both a second to really absorb that. He heard footsteps, but they didn't happen in real time, only on the video. We didn't post it. I know everyone always says that, but we really didn't. We kept it between us, maybe 2 others, and even those guys thought it was a prank. A week later, one of them, Aaron, disappeared. Aaron wasn't the type of person to just disappear. That's what made it so weird at first. He was loud, cocky, and always online. The kind of guy who commented on every group chat meme within 5 seconds and updated his Snapchat story when he so much as reheated a slice of pizza. So when nobody had heard from him in a day, it stood out immediately. At first, people just assumed his phone was dead, or that he was pulling some dramatic off-the-grid thing for attention. But then, his mom started asking around. Apparently, he hadn't come home the night before, and when she checked his room the next morning, his bed hadn't been slept in. Still, it wasn't until the second day that people started actually worrying. That's when the missing posters went up. That's when the cops got involved. They questioned everyone. I told them the truth. I hadn't seen him since the weekend before, when we all hung out behind the gas station like we always did. They asked if anything had seemed off about him lately. I said no, even though I knew something was off, just not with him. See, Aaron was one of the 2 people Derek and I showed the footage to. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We weren't trying to scare anyone. But we'd been freaked out, and we wanted a second opinion, someone who'd either confirm what we saw or tell us we were overreacting. So we showed it to Aaron and this other guy, Jake, who's the kind of person that finds every story funny if it doesn't happen to him. They watched the video, we pointed out the frame, and both of them leaned in close, like they were trying to see if it was edited. Jake laughed, said, "That's just condensation or whatever. You nerds are looking too hard." Aaron didn't laugh, though. He just stared at the paused frame for a while and then said, "If that's fake, it's a damn good fake." And then a few days later, he was gone. I didn't tell the cops about the video, neither did Derek. Not because we were trying to hide something, but because it sounded insane. What would we say? "Oh, by the way, there's a maybe ghost or something in the tunnel by the old water plant, and we think our friends saw it and then vanished." They'd either laugh or tell us to stop wasting their time. So we said nothing. Instead, we started watching the footage again. Derek pulled up the raw files on his laptop and went frame by frame through the whole tunnel segment. He zoomed in, adjusted contrast, tried every filter he could. I just sat beside him, watching in silence. The frame with the thing in it was still there, still just a blur, still unhelpful. But now, with Aaron gone, it felt heavier, like a warning we didn't understand in time. Derek was quieter than usual. No sarcastic jokes, no running commentary. Just a kind of cold, focused silence, like he was trying to solve a math problem that kept changing every time he looked at it. That night, I stayed at his place. Neither of us said why. It just didn't feel right to be alone. We both crashed on the floor of his basement, old sleeping bags, a couple of sodas, and the glow of his laptop looping through tunnel footage in the background. Around 2 in the morning, Derek suddenly sat up. I heard something. I froze. "What?" "Just listen." We sat there in the dark, ears straining. The laptop fan hummed softly. A faint drip came from somewhere near the water heater. Then I heard it too. Faint, distant, not in the house. From the laptop speaker. Footsteps. Not loud, not dramatic, just soft, deliberate steps on concrete. Derek rewound the clip 10 seconds, hit play, silence. Then again, tap, tap, tap. He muted it. We looked at each other. "I already watched this version earlier," he said. "It didn't have that sound." I checked the file's timestamp. It hadn't been modified since 3 days ago. "Derek," I said, voice low, "that sound wasn't there before." He nodded, eyes wide. "I know." We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, Derek didn't say a word when I left. He looked like he hadn't blinked in hours. When I checked my phone around lunchtime, he still hadn't texted. By evening, I drove over to his house again. I wasn't going to wait. Not after Aaron. I rang the bell. No answer. His mom answered on the third knock. "He's in the basement. Didn't go to school today." I nodded and told her we were working on a project. When I went downstairs, the lights were off. Just the glow of the screen. The footage was still looping. Derek was sitting cross-legged in front of it, staring like it was feeding him something. He didn't turn when I came in. "You're okay?" I asked. He nodded once. "Derek, you need to stop watching that." He shook his head slowly. There's something new. I walked over. On screen was a paused frame, one I hadn't seen before. It was at the very end, right as Derek exits the tunnel, just before the GoPro shakes from him stepping back into daylight. In the shadows behind him, near the entrance, was something different. It wasn't a figure, not exactly, more like a shape, pressed flat against the concrete wall. Not pale this time, darker, textured like wet stone, with what looked like the hint of a long hand or claw just touching the wall, like it was holding itself there, waiting. I backed away. "You're done, man. Turn it off." He didn't move. "Derek." He finally looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. What if Aaron saw something too? What if it's not about the tunnel anymore? I stared at him. "What are you saying?" "I think watching it does something, like you're not supposed to see it, not just the tunnel, the image." My throat went dry. "Jake saw it too," I said quietly. He nodded. "Text him." I pulled out my phone, texted Jake something simple. "Hey, all good?" No answer. I tried again an hour later. Still nothing. When I checked the group chat, Jake hadn't been active in more than 24 hours. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that still-framed Derek paused, the dark hand against the tunnel wall, like it had been reaching out, and then froze mid-movement. Not moving, not looking. Just waiting. The longer I stared at it, the less it looked like part of the wall. It had shape, texture, a weird curve to the fingers that bent inward too tightly, like they weren't used to being hands, like they were remembering how. The next morning, I tried texting Jake again, just something casual. "Yo, you good?" No reply. I checked his story. Nothing. Not even one of his usual stupid reposts or screenshots from his Xbox. I texted Derek. He's not answering. A few seconds later he replied, "Come over." When I got there, his laptop was already set up on the desk again. Same clip playing on a loop. The GoPro footage. Again. I didn't know how he could keep watching it. I'd only seen it twice, and I was already having dreams that felt like waking up in cold water. "What now?" I asked, standing behind him. He didn't turn. "Watch." I leaned over and looked. He had the footage paused again near the beginning this time, just after he steps inside the tunnel. At first, I didn't notice anything different. The flashlight beam bounced around the concrete walls, catching water stains and weird shadows, the usual. Then I saw it, something that hadn't been there before. On the wall to the left, there was a smear, long, thin, almost like a handprint, but not quite. The shape was wrong, like it had too many fingers. "I scrubbed this part already," Derek said quietly. "It wasn't there before." He hit play. The flashlight moved. The smear disappeared. He rewound again, paused it, still there. "It's only visible when paused," he said, "but it wasn't there yesterday." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. We both knew what it meant. The video was changing. We left the basement around noon and went to get food, even though neither of us was hungry. Just being outside helped. The air felt less heavy, like we'd been holding our breath since watching that first frame. We didn't talk about the footage for a while. We sat in the diner and stared at the menu until the server had to come back twice before we ordered. Eventually, Derek asked, "You think Jake's gone?" I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I finally said. "I don't want to think that." "But if he is," Derek continued, "then that's two people. Both saw the footage. Both disappeared." I looked down at my plate. We saw it too. He didn't say anything to that. We went back to his place, but neither of us wanted to go inside, so we sat in his backyard instead, on the back steps. The sun was low in the sky, not quite setting, but that same weird stillness had crept into the air like the day had stopped moving and was waiting for something to happen. "I keep thinking about that night," Derek said suddenly, "when I went through the tunnel." I didn't interrupt. I didn't feel anything when I was in there. Not really. Just off. Like I was being timed. He looked over at me. "But I don't remember turning around." "What do you mean?" He rubbed his face. "That frame, the one where the thing is behind me? I don't remember turning back to look. I don't remember stopping at all." "You think the footage is lying?" "I don't know," he said. "Or maybe I'm forgetting stuff. But I swear, I just walked straight through. No turning, no stopping." We sat there for a long time after that, until the sun dipped below the trees, until the porch light clicked on automatically behind us. That night, I didn't stay over. I told Derek I needed sleep, which wasn't a lie, but also wasn't going to happen. When I got home, my phone buzzed with a new message, "Unknown number." It was a photo. No text, just an image. It was grainy and dark, like it had been taken with a broken lens. But I knew what it was immediately: the tunnel entrance. The same angle I'd taken when Derek walked in that first time. Only this time, there was someone standing at the edge. Or something. I zoomed in. The shape was tall with no clear face, just arms that hung too long like they were waiting for direction. I didn't respond. I just deleted it, threw my phone across the room, and locked my bedroom door for the first time in months. The next morning, I went back to Derek's. He hadn't slept either. "There's more," he said, before I could sit down. He played the video again, this time from the final few seconds, right as he exits. His camera tilts up slightly, catching the sky for a split second. That part had always been blown out too bright to see anything clearly. But now there was a silhouette, just barely there against the light. Still, centered, watching him leave. "I swear to God it wasn't there yesterday," he said. "It's changing." I didn't doubt him. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, trying to breathe normally. It felt like the more we looked at the footage, the more it looked back, like it knew we were watching and started to show us more, just a little at a time. Not enough to make sense, just enough to keep us afraid. We agreed to stop watching, to delete the footage. Derek said he'd do it that night, wipe the drive, smash the camera. We didn't talk about it again. But the next day, he didn't show up to school. I got the call from Derek's mom around 10 that morning. She asked if I'd seen him, said he hadn't come upstairs all night and wasn't answering his phone. I told her I hadn't talked to him since the night before, and I could tell by the pause on the other end that she was already worried before she dialed. I promised to come over. When I pulled up to the house, her car was still in the driveway, but the blinds were shut. It was quiet in a way that felt wrong, like the air around the place knew something had shifted. She let me in without saying much. Her hair was pulled back, no makeup, slippers instead of shoes. She looked tired in a way I'd never seen before. "He was in the basement," she said, keeping her voice low. "I didn't go down. I figured you'd know what to look for." I nodded, already walking toward the stairs. The basement was exactly how we'd left it 2 nights ago. His sleeping bag was still in the corner. The desk light was on. The laptop was closed. No sign of him. I checked the little window near the ceiling to see if maybe he'd climbed out somehow. Even though it was barely wide enough for a backpack, nothing. His phone was still on the desk. His backpack was on the chair. But he was gone. I opened the laptop and turned it on. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe the video was back. Maybe it was still playing, but the desktop was empty. Not just tidy, empty. No icons, no folders, no GoPro footage. He'd deleted everything. I stayed down there for a long time, just staring at the screen like it might flicker and give me a clue. Eventually, I went back upstairs and told his mom I didn't know where he was. I wasn't lying. She nodded slowly and thanked me for coming. I left her standing in the hallway staring at the basement door. I walked home even though I had my bike. Something about being in motion helped. Trees passing, houses passing, the sound of wind, anything that reminded me I was still part of the real world. But it didn't help much. Because I knew what this was. That made 3 of us now. Aaron, Jake, Derek. All 3 had watched the footage. All 3 had vanished. And me? I'd watched it too. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I didn't sleep. I sat in my room with the door locked and a kitchen knife on my lap. Not that it would have helped, but holding something made me feel a little less useless. I kept waiting for something to happen, a knock, a whisper, something at the window. But nothing came, which was somehow worse. The next day, I stayed home from school, told my mom I wasn't feeling great, which was mostly true. I spent the whole day going through Derek's old texts, screenshots, notes. Anything he might have written down, there was nothing. He didn't even leave a message. I thought about the footage again, the way it had changed, the new shapes, the new shadows, that hand on the tunnel wall, the smear, the silhouette in the light. It was like the more we watched, the more it showed us. Like the act of looking gave it permission. And now, even though Derek had deleted the file, I couldn't get it out of my head. I remembered every detail. That's when it hit me. What if remembering was enough? I started checking every reflection in the house, the bathroom mirror, the microwave door, my phone screen when it went black. I stopped watching TV entirely. No more video calls. No more scrolling late at night. Anything with a screen felt like it might show me something if I looked too long. Because whatever this thing was, it wasn't the tunnel anymore. It was the idea of the tunnel, and it was getting clearer. The next day, I biked out to the plant. I don't even know why. Some part of me thought if I just stood in front of the entrance, maybe it would undo something, like putting the needle back on the record, returning the thing to its source. The chain link fence was still there, sagging a little more than I remembered. The gravel trail past it was mostly overgrown now, like nobody had come through in a long time. I followed it. Found the entrance. Just a low, round concrete opening, barely tall enough to walk into without ducking. Water pooled around the mouth. It smelled sharp and sour. I stood there for a long time. It didn't feel like anything special. Not haunted, not cursed, just quiet. I stepped a little closer. That's when I noticed it. On the side of the entrance wall, right above the waterline, 5 smudges. Long, parallel. Almost like something had dragged its fingers there and left them behind. I stepped back. Left. Didn't say anything to anyone. But that night, when I looked in my mirror, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A shape. Just a shadow at first, behind me, where my closet should have been. I turned quickly. Nothing. I looked back. Still nothing. But the feeling stayed, not being watched, being remembered. Like something had cataloged me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but who? Everyone who knew was already gone. I was the last one left. And I had no idea what was coming next. The day after I went back to the tunnel, I finally started digging for answers. Up until that point, everything had just been reactions, watching the footage, checking the windows at night, waiting for something to happen. But the longer nothing happened, the more I realized waiting wasn't going to save me. Not anymore. If this thing was real, and after losing Derek, I had no doubt it was then hiding in my room, was just going to drag it out, let it keep getting closer. So I went to the library. I know that sounds like a weird move, like the beginning of some old horror movie where the kid finds an article from 1973 and everything clicks, but it wasn't like that. I didn't think I was going to find a headline that said, "Tall shadow creature haunts teens." I just needed something, a starting point. The town library is small, old carpet, that dry smell of paper and plastic dust jackets. It's mostly quiet except for the hum of the lights and the sound of old people turning pages too loudly. I didn't ask the librarian for help. I didn't want to explain what I was looking for. I started with local history, anything about the water plant, the area around it, the tunnel. There wasn't much. The plant was built in the 1940s, expanded in the 60s, decommissioned sometime in the early 2000s. Nothing weird in the official write-ups, just utility stuff. Engineering diagrams, budget proposals. Then I found a binder tucked away near the bottom of the local reference shelf. It was unlabeled on the spine, just gray duct tape across the binding. Inside were photocopies of old newspaper clippings, most from a now defunct local paper called the Deerfield Ledger. Someone had organized them loosely by date, no page numbers, no index, just events. Floods, fires, town meetings, a few photos of sports teams and barbershop openings. And then I saw it. August of 1989. The article headline was small, "Teen Missing After Dare at Water Tunnel." My throat tightened. I read it 3 times before pulling out my phone and taking a picture. The article didn't say much. Just that a 17-year-old kid named Jacob Drury had been last seen walking into the tunnel near the water plant as part of a local dare. His friends waited on the other side. He never came out. They searched both ends. They brought in rescue workers, checked the old blueprints. No sign of him. I checked the index card drawer to find other issues from the same month. There were 3 follow-ups. One said police eventually gave up the search after 21 days. Another said the family moved away shortly after. The last one was just a letter to the editor, some old guy writing in about how the tunnel wasn't right and should be sealed off. That one stuck with me. The letter said this: "It echoes wrong. I worked down there in the 70s. You'd drop a wrench and hear it bounce twice, but only echo once. That's not how tunnels work." I left the library with photos of everything. Back home, I tried finding Jacob Drury online. No Facebook, no family profiles, no mention in any obituary archives. It was like he vanished completely. Just a few articles from 30 years ago, and then nothing. But at least I wasn't the first. That night, I had the same dream again. I was standing at the tunnel entrance, not walking in, just staring, and I could hear something breathing deep, patient, not threatening, just aware, like it had been waiting a long time and finally decided to stretch. When I woke up, my window was open. I know I locked it. I know I did. I didn't even go near it. I just sat in bed until sunrise, hands balled in the blankets, eyes locked on the opening. Nothing moved. The next morning, I printed out one of the articles and took it to the only place I could think of, the Historical Society office. It's just a room above the post office, run by a guy named Mr. Harron. He used to teach high school history before retiring. He's got one of those gray ponytails and a collection of button-down shirts that all look exactly the same. He looked up when I walked in and gave me that polite, tired smile. "You looking for someone?" he asked. I nodded and handed him the article. "Do you know anything about this?" He adjusted his glasses and read it slowly. When he looked up, his smile was gone. "I remember this," he said. "Jacob was 2 years below me. Quiet kid. We all thought he ran away at first." "Did anyone ever find out what happened?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but people stopped going near the plant after that." I sat down, told him everything. I left out some of the more surreal parts, the shadow in the footage, the way it kept changing, but I told him about Derek, about the video, about how all of them had watched it. He didn't interrupt, just listened, frowned deeper as I went on. When I finished, he rubbed his chin and said, "There's a theory some people used to talk about, not in papers, just quiet talk." "What kind of theory?" "That the tunnel doesn't end where you think it ends." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "Some workers claimed there were locked doors halfway through, that it connects to older parts of the plant, places not on the map, places even the city didn't have records for." "Why would a water tunnel lead to something like that?" He gave me a long look. "Because maybe it wasn't always just a water tunnel." That night, I opened my phone to find a new picture message from an unknown number. No text, just an image of the tunnel entrance, Same angle as the one before, but closer this time. The figure was still there. Only now you could see part of its head tilt slightly, like it had noticed the camera. I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned off the phone and sat in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything, but I knew it was coming. I didn't decide right away. For a few days after that last photo showed up, I stayed inside. Didn't go to school, didn't check my phone unless I had to. Every sound made me freeze, even the normal ones, neighbors mowing their lawns, delivery trucks pulling up down the street. Nothing happened. No more pictures, no knocks at the window. But it felt like it was waiting, like the tunnel didn't want to be ignored anymore. I told myself I'd wait it out, that I'd ride it until the thing lost interest and found someone else. But that didn't sit right. I couldn't stop thinking about Derek, about the way his basement light was still on, about how the laptop was wiped clean. I thought about Aaron and Jake and that kid from 1989, Jacob Drury. All of them left behind no real trace, just rumors. Just newspaper clippings and people who eventually stopped asking questions. And I realized if I didn't do something, I was going to end up the same way. So I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring a camera. I left my phone at home. I packed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a little notebook with the names of everyone who'd gone missing written in my own handwriting, just in case something did happen and someone found me. I biked out there just after sunrise. The trail was empty. The grass along the gravel was taller now, thick with weeds. Even the fence looked different, like it had sagged more in the last week than it should have in a whole year. I stood in front of the tunnel for a long time before stepping in. The air was still damp, still metallic. My footsteps echoed louder than I remembered. The flashlight beam bounced off the water on the walls, catching streaks of old rust and algae in little flashes of green and brown. I walked slowly, deliberately. I didn't talk. I didn't record. I just kept moving forward. About halfway through, I felt it shift. Not the tunnel, the air. It changed from wet to cold, not breeze cold, still cold, like the kind of chill that doesn't move but soaks into your clothes anyway. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. But I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached the far end. Nothing. No figure, no shadow, no whisper of movement. Just concrete and quiet. I turned around and walked back. Same distance, same chill. But now the tunnel felt narrower, not physically, but mentally, like something was closing in, like the air was being watched. I made it out. I stood there, blinking in the daylight, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. A sound, a blur, a shape stepping out behind me. Nothing. I was alone. It felt like a letdown at first, anticlimactic, but then I realized what had changed. The fear was gone. Not entirely, but the pressure, that feeling of something pushing at the edges of my mind. It was like I'd faced it and walked out before it could finish whatever it wanted. I biked home without looking back. I didn't have nightmares that night. I slept through the whole thing, first time in weeks. My room was quiet. My window stayed closed. The knife under my bed stayed untouched. And the next morning, I checked my phone. No new messages. No pictures. Just silence. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back since, haven't had the urge, but sometimes I catch myself glancing at the woods when I bike past, not expecting to see anything, just checking. I still think about Derek, and Aaron, and Jake. Their parents stopped talking about it after a while. The posters came down. The school counselors gave their speeches. Everyone went back to normal. Except me. I'm not saying I know what happened to them. I don't. Not exactly. But I've got ideas. And the more time passes, the more convinced I am that whatever's in that tunnel doesn't just take people. It collects them, not physically maybe, but mentally, through fear, through obsession, through attention. And that's the thing. It only keeps going if people keep feeding it, telling the story, watching the video, passing around photos, and daring each other to go. So I made a choice. I deleted everything. The footage, the photos, the screenshots, all of it. I even tossed the notebook I'd written their names in. I stopped talking about it. Until now. You might think this whole thing defeats the point that by writing it down again, I'm opening the door. And maybe you're right, but this version is different, because there's no clip to watch. No face to freeze on, no blurry screenshot to analyze, just words, and memories, and a warning. If someone dares you to walk the tunnel, don't. If you're ever near the plant, and you feel the air go still, leave. And if you see something in a video that looks almost human, but not quite, don't rewind. Don't zoom in. Don't give it your attention. Because that's how it finds you. And once it finds you, it doesn't let go. It just waits. I've only been babysitting for about half a year now. It started as a simple way to make some extra cash without needing any special skills or certifications. At first, it was slow going. I wasn't getting many calls, but then a family from the wealthiest neighborhood in town hired me to watch their 2 kids for one Friday evening. They paid me $200 to babysit for 3 hours in a house 5 times the size of mine. It felt like winning the lottery. The house was stunning, the kids were well behaved, and the money was great. Word spread fast in that neighborhood about the nice young woman who was reliable with children. That part of town is filled with families who have long histories of wealth and prestige. Most of the residents are young couples who have inherited their fortunes. Occasionally, I get calls to watch the kids for a few hours, which is always nice, but the big paydays come when the parents want me to stay overnight, so they can get away for a night at a hotel or a party. A couple of days ago, I got a message from a man and woman asking if I could babysit their 7-year-old daughter for the night at their mansion. I jumped at the chance. What I didn't know was how much that night would change everything. The day finally arrived, and I drove my old SUV to the edge of that wealthy neighborhood. The entrance to their driveway was hidden among tall trees that lined the north side of town, a spot I'd never noticed before. The driveway itself was long, steep, and winding. It took me almost 10 minutes to reach the house at the top of the hill. When I saw it, my breath caught in my throat. This was easily the most beautiful house I had ever stepped foot in. The mansion was Victorian style, made of dark red bricks that made it almost disappear among the surrounding woods. Its tall windows and intricate woodwork gave it an air of old money grandeur and mystery. I parked the SUV and walked up to the front porch. The door was massive and made of polished oak, with iron handles that looked like they belonged in a castle. I knocked, and a few moments later a woman in her mid-30s opened the door. She introduced herself as Mrs. Monroe. She was striking, tall, with chestnut hair and a calm but tired smile. She called her husband, and soon a handsome man in his 30s came down the grand staircase inside, holding a small girl in his arms. The child looked about 7, with bright eyes and a shy smile. The couple seemed anxious to leave, as if they had been exhausted by their daughter's energy and were looking forward to a night away. I could tell, despite their perfect appearances, the parents were worn thin. Mrs. Monroe handed me a few sheets of paper with written instructions. She stressed the importance of following them exactly. I nodded and assured her I would. They left quickly, getting into a sleek black sedan that disappeared down the driveway. I took the papers and gave them a quick glance, then folded them and slipped them into my pocket. I told myself I would read them properly later. I was foolish. Samantha, the little girl, warmed up to me immediately. We played games, watched cartoons, and had a good time. After several episodes of her favorite show, I realized it was nearly time for her to go to bed. I asked what time she usually slept. She shrugged and didn't give a clear answer. That's when I remembered the instructions. I pulled out the papers and scanned for Samantha's bedtime. It was clearly stated. She needed to be in bed with her door locked before 8 o'clock. I checked the clock and saw it was almost 7:45. I told Samantha it was time for bed. She went through her nightly routine, brushing teeth and changing into pajamas. When I tucked her into her enormous bed with soft white sheets, she said something that made me pause. "Don't forget to lock my door before you leave," she said sweetly. I looked at her, puzzled. Why would I lock your door? What if you have to get up in the middle of the night? She shrugged again and said, "Mommy always locks it. She says it protects me and herself. After I fall asleep, Mommy says I try to leave my room, and that's a bad thing." Her words sent a chill through me. I looked at the door and noticed a small latch drilled into the frame on the outside. It was meant to lock the door from the outside. I locked it as she had asked and went back downstairs. When I finally sat down with the instructions, my heart sank. The letter was addressed to me. "Hello, Annie. Thank you for agreeing to babysit Samantha tonight. She is a wonderful child, and I am sure you two will get along well. Our house may seem old and a bit scary, but do not worry. As long as you follow these instructions, nothing bad will happen. Firstly, Samantha must be in her bed with the door locked by 8 o'clock. Do not open her door after that time, no matter what she says or does. She may cry, scream, or threaten you to get you to open it. Do not listen to her. She cannot hurt you if the door is closed. Between 8:30 and 9:30, stay in the living room with all the lights on. You may hear scratching or growling from Samantha's room or other parts of the house during this time. These noises are normal, so long as you remain in the living room. After 9:30, do not enter any dark areas of the house. Turn on as many lights as you can before then to avoid accidentally getting trapped in darkness. You might see things hiding in shadows or hear whispers. Ignore them and they will ignore you. Occasionally you may spot a pair of yellow eyes watching you. Do not stare for more than 30 seconds. At around 10, you may hear footsteps in the basement. Do not go down there. If you feel the urge to, go to the kitchen and drink a cold glass of milk. The feeling will pass within 10 minutes. If it does not, call us immediately. At 10:30, you might hear running in the upstairs hallway. Stay on the first floor. If you hear someone coming down the stairs, lock yourself in the bathroom with the lights on. The entity will knock repeatedly and try to mimic voices of people you know to trick you. Do not open the door. Wait 5 minutes, then check under the door to make sure it is gone. You will be sleeping in the guest room upstairs. Before bed, place a plate with raw steak and a glass of milk outside your door. On a piece of paper, write "Parkant Mihi" in red ink and place it on the plate. You may wake to see a figure in the corner of your room. Do not look at it. Wearing earbuds is advised to block its muttering. Additional rules to keep you safe. If the house phone rings, do not answer it. We will call your cell if needed. If a deep-voiced man answers, hang up and try again. If something taps your shoulder, do not turn. Wait 30 seconds before moving. Do not eat meat after 8. It might provoke the entity. If you hear a dog whimpering inside, do not search for it. We do not own a dog. If you have any questions or need help, call us. If a strange man answers, hang up and call again. I hadn't realized what I was getting into. It is now 8:31, and the growling has started, coming from all around the house. Samantha's muffled cries from a few minutes ago were bad, but these new sounds are worse. This night is going to be much harder than I expected. The growling began just after 8:30, a low, guttural noise that seemed to come from every corner of the house at once. It echoed faintly down the long hallways and through the rooms like some wild animal pacing behind walls I could not see. I sat frozen in the living room, lights blazing overhead, trying to convince myself it was nothing but the wind or some strange echo. Samantha was upstairs, locked safely behind her bedroom door, or so I hoped, and I clung to that hope as the unsettling sounds continued to ripple through the old house. The instructions had been very clear. Do not leave the living room between 8:30 and 9:30. This was the time when the noises would begin, and I was told that as long as I stayed put, I would be safe. I wanted to believe that, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I kept glancing at the clock, watching every passing minute as the seconds dragged by painfully slowly. The silence between the growls felt just as heavy as the sounds themselves. Occasionally, I thought I saw shadows moving just beyond the edges of the light, in the corners of the room, shapes that looked like twisted fingers or elongated limbs curling in the darkness. I blinked hard and looked again, but there was nothing there, or maybe there was. It was hard to tell when your mind was desperately trying to deny what your eyes were seeing. I focused on the television screen, hoping the animated noise would drown out the whispering, the scratching, and the low moans coming from upstairs. At one point, I caught a glimpse of something bright and yellow in the darkness. I remembered the instructions mentioning yellow eyes watching me from the shadows. My heart jumped into my throat, but I didn't dare look directly for more than a few seconds. The cold weight of fear pressed down on my chest, making it difficult to breathe. I tried calling the Monroes on my phone, but the line went straight to voicemail every time. I was about to text when a sudden tapping on my shoulder froze me in place. I forced myself not to turn around. The rules said to wait 30 seconds before moving after something like that happened. My hands were clammy and shaking, but I obeyed. The tapping stopped after a moment, and when I finally looked behind me, there was nothing but the empty hallway. I kept my back to the wall and tried to steady my breathing. The minutes crept by with agonizing slowness, and my mind drifted back to Samantha. I thought about the little girl upstairs, locked in her room, and the warning about how she would try to leave her bedroom after falling asleep. It was hard to understand. Was she herself in danger? Or was she somehow connected to the things lurking in the house? Just as I was about to convince myself it was all a terrible dream, the sound of soft footsteps came from the hallway outside the living room. My heart slammed against my ribs as I froze again, watching the shadow approach. The footsteps paused just outside the doorway. I could see a faint silhouette, a tall, thin figure that seemed to shimmer in the light. "Who's there?" I whispered, but the figure did not respond. It simply stood motionless, watching me. I wanted to scream or run, but my legs felt like they had turned to stone. The figure vanished as suddenly as it appeared, leaving behind only a cold silence. The clock struck 9:30. I knew I had to move soon. The instructions warned that after 9:30 I was not to enter any dark areas of the house. I glanced around, turning on more lights to eliminate any shadows. I tried to imagine the house as a brightly lit sanctuary where nothing could reach me, but it was difficult to shake the feeling of being watched. A faint whisper echoed through the walls, like a breath just out of reach. I covered my ears, but the sound persisted, growing louder and more urgent. It was as if the house itself was speaking, telling me to leave, or warning me to stay. I remembered the glass of cold milk and the plate of raw steak I was supposed to leave outside the guest room door. The phrase, "Parkant mihi," written in red ink on a small piece of paper. At that moment, the idea of leaving those offerings seemed like my only chance to keep whatever was in the house at bay. I made my way upstairs, every creak and groan of the old wooden floor sounding like a gunshot in the quiet house. I reached the guest room and opened the door, my hand trembling. The room was dim but filled with warm yellow light from a bedside lamp. I retrieved the plate and glass from the kitchen, careful not to spill a drop. As I set the plate with the raw meat on the floor outside the door, I noticed the faint outline of something standing silently in the far corner of the room. My heart pounded. I remembered the warning, "Do not look at it." I turned quickly, a wave of nausea rising as I felt eyes boring into me from the darkness. I scribbled "Parkant mihi" on a torn piece of notebook paper in the blood-red ink I found in the guest room desk. Placing it carefully on the plate, I backed away slowly. The growling had grown louder again, filling the house like a living thing, and somewhere deep in the walls, I thought I heard footsteps moving closer. I slipped in earbuds I'd brought with me and tried to focus on the music in my ears, hoping it would drown out the muttering that seemed to emanate from the figure in the corner. The words were unintelligible, a low, desperate chant that sent chills down my spine. Every now and then, I thought I caught a glimpse of the figure shifting, changing shape ever so slightly when I wasn't looking directly at it. I felt trapped, isolated in a house that was slowly coming alive with a terrible presence. At times, the growling and scratching would be interrupted by muffled cries, almost like Samantha's voice trying to break through the walls. It was impossible to tell if it was her or something else playing tricks on my mind. As the night deepened, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. My blood ran cold. I remembered the warning, "Do not answer the house phone no matter how long it rings or how loud it gets. Mr. and Mrs. Monroe would call me on my cell if there was any reason to speak." I stayed put, gripping the earbuds tightly in my hands, trying to focus on the music. The ringing continued for several torturous minutes, filling the house with a terrible urgency. Then it abruptly stopped. The silence afterward was worse than the noise. At some point, the tapping on my shoulder returned. This time it was accompanied by a cold breath on the back of my neck. I did not dare turn around. I spent the rest of the night in the guest room, sitting on the edge of the bed with the door locked behind me, trying to keep the plate and glass intact as the house around me whispered, growled, and waited. The clock in the hallway ticked slowly toward morning, but I felt like I had been trapped there for an eternity. I don't know how much longer I can stay. The rules say I have to wait until morning, but every second feels like a test. I'm afraid that if I break the rules, whatever is in this house will come for me. I just want the sun to rise. The house seemed to grow colder as the night wore on, the shadows deepening until every corner felt like a cavern. I sat on the edge of the guest bed, my mind racing as I tried to keep track of the time and the strange occurrences that had taken hold of the house. The growling had faded somewhat, but the silence that replaced it was no less oppressive. It felt as though the house was holding its breath, waiting for something I couldn't see or understand. Despite the warnings, my curiosity gnawed at me relentlessly. I found myself thinking about Samantha's room, about the locked door that separated her from whatever haunted this place. The girl's innocent voice kept echoing in my head, reminding me of the peculiar instruction to keep her door locked no matter what. What was she hiding behind that door? And what was so dangerous that even her parents seemed terrified? I remembered the small notes from Mrs. Monroe, the one about not answering the phone if a man with a deep voice answered, and the instructions about the strange ritual with the raw meat and the glass of milk. Every word weighed on me, making the house feel heavier with every passing moment. I hadn't yet dared to leave the safety of the guest room, but the thirst and hunger gnawed at me like another unwelcome presence. Around midnight, I finally decided to get up and head to the kitchen. The house felt empty, but every creak and groan made me jump. The lights flickered once as I passed the hallway, and I swore I saw the yellow eyes peeking at me from the darkness, just as the note had warned. My skin prickled with fear, but I kept walking, determined to get the glass of milk and the piece of raw steak. The kitchen was cold, with only the dim light of the fridge illuminating the counters. I found the steak wrapped in wax paper and carefully placed it on a small plate. Next, I poured a glass of cold milk. As I stood there, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadow slipped past the window, disappearing into the night. I swallowed hard and told myself it was only an animal, perhaps a raccoon or a stray cat. Carrying the offerings back upstairs, I felt the weight of unseen eyes following me. I placed the plate and glass just outside the guest room door, on the floor beneath the small red paper that bore the strange words, Parkent Mihi. The ritual felt bizarre, but I trusted Mrs. Monroe's instructions implicitly. If this was how I could keep myself safe, I would follow every step to the letter. Returning to the guest room, I locked the door behind me and sat back down on the bed. I plugged in my earbuds and tried to drown out the whispering sounds with music, but even that offered little comfort. The figure in the corner was still there, barely visible in the low light. I refused to look directly at it, focusing instead on the soft hum of the melodies in my ears. Suddenly, a soft scratching sound started at the door, as if someone or something was fingernails dragging slowly along the wood. I held my breath and tried to keep my mind steady. The scratching turned to light tapping, then gentle knocks. It was rhythmic and deliberate, like a code I couldn't decipher. I remembered the note warning about knocks and voices trying to trick me. I didn't respond, didn't move, and after a few moments, the sound ceased. Later, the whispering became clearer, but it was no longer a murmur from the shadows. It sounded almost like words, spoken softly but urgently. I couldn't understand what was being said, but the tone was desperate, pleading, and full of sorrow. It made my heart ache in ways I could not explain. At one point, I heard footsteps pacing outside the guest room door, slow and heavy. Then a pause, then the scratching again. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, and I found myself praying for dawn to come faster. I thought about the strange warnings about the basement. At 10 o'clock, I was told, there would be noises of people moving down there. The urge to investigate would become nearly impossible to resist, but I was not to go down no matter what. I felt that urge even now, an odd pull toward the unknown beneath the floorboards, but I fought it, remembering the cold glass of milk that was supposed to help. I even thought about getting up to drink some, but a sudden loud bang in the hallway made me freeze. My heart leapt as I pressed my back against the door, holding my breath. Minutes later, the house settled again, but my nerves were shattered. I realized I had to keep moving, stay alert, and trust the strange instructions that seemed to be my only shield. I pulled out the note again, reading the words over and over, clinging to every rule as if my life depended on them, because it clearly did. The last few hours before dawn were a blur of fear and isolation. The noises ebbed and flowed, sometimes growing louder, sometimes fading to eerie silence. I refused to leave the safety of the guest room, even when the lights flickered and dimmed. I imagined the yellow eyes watching, waiting, always just beyond the veil of light. As dawn finally approached, a faint glow began to filter through the windows. The oppressive weight of the night seemed to lift, replaced by a cautious hope. I sat huddled in the bed, exhausted and trembling, waiting for the sun to rise and banish the shadows that had haunted me. With the first light, the house felt different, less menacing, almost ordinary. The growling was gone, the tapping ceased, and the whispering faded into distant echoes. I stepped cautiously to the door and unlocked it, stepping into the quiet hallway bathed in pale sunlight. Samantha's room was still locked, and I hesitated before unlocking it. When I finally opened the door, the little girl lay asleep in her bed, peaceful and unaware of the horrors that had unfolded around her. I felt a strange mix of relief and sadness. I knew that whatever haunted the house was tied to Samantha in ways I didn't understand, and that night would not be my last here. But for now, I had survived. As I packed my things and waited for the Monroes to return, I promised myself that I would never ignore a warning again, no matter how strange it seemed. Because in this house, even the smallest rule could mean the difference between safety and something far darker. The darkness seemed to thicken as the clock inched closer to 10 o'clock, and with it came the weight of an almost unbearable tension. The house settled into a strange kind of silence, one that pressed against my eardrums and made every little sound feel amplified, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. I sat rigidly in the guest room, feeling the cold floor beneath my feet and gripping the arms of the chair tightly, trying to prepare myself for what was to come. Around this time, the instructions had warned that the basement would start to sound alive with footsteps and movement, like a crowd of unseen people pacing just out of sight. Despite the clear warning not to go down there, a strange pull tugged at me, a mixture of curiosity and fear that made it almost impossible to resist. I fought it with every ounce of willpower I had, telling myself to drink the cold glass of milk in the kitchen if the urge grew too strong. But my legs felt rooted to the floor, my mind racing with questions about what was lurking beneath. Suddenly, the heavy thuds began. They were not subtle, but loud, deliberate steps echoing from below. The floorboards seemed to vibrate with the rhythm, and my heart thudded wildly in response. It felt as if some terrible gathering had been convened down there, hidden from the world, their intentions unknown but certainly not benign. I closed my eyes and tried to focus on the sounds of my own breathing, using it as an anchor to keep me from spiraling into panic. The noises were accompanied by faint whispers that drifted upward, soft and indistinct, but filled with a chilling urgency. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the air like a haunting melody no one else could hear. The house suddenly felt alive in the most unsettling way, as if it were watching, waiting, and possibly even feeding off the fear that swelled within me. I reminded myself of the other rules etched firmly into my memory. No answering the phone if a man with a deep voice picks up. Don't turn around if something taps your shoulder. And absolutely no meat after 8 o'clock, since it could be perceived as a threat. Every detail felt like a lifeline, a thread that connected me to sanity amidst the madness. Just when I thought I might lose control, the scratching sound started again, soft at first, like nails dragging slowly over wood, then growing louder and more frantic. It came from just outside the guest room door. I pressed my ear to the door, feeling the vibrations through the wood. My pulse quickened as the scratching turned into pounding, and then the unmistakable sound of claws scraping. I held my breath, frozen in place, afraid that any movement would provoke whatever waited just beyond the door. A voice echoed then, but it was not a human one. The note had warned me about trickery, voices impersonating loved ones to lure me out of safety. The sound was too distorted, too unnatural to be Samantha or her parents. It spoke in a tone that was both pleading and menacing, trying to coax me to open the door. The words were indistinguishable, but the intent was clear. It wanted me to give in. I refused. I stayed silent, clutching the small cross necklace Mrs. Monroe had handed me earlier, a small talisman that somehow brought me comfort. The pounding persisted for what felt like an eternity, until finally the sounds receded, fading into uneasy silence. After that, the whispering returned, this time even more urgent. I thought I could make out words like leave, danger, and stay. It was as if the house itself was warning me, or maybe pleading for me to escape whatever it was trapped inside. I pressed my back against the door, wondering if I could make it through the night without breaking down. The hours dragged on, each minute heavier than the last. I had long since given up trying to watch television or distract myself. The eerie atmosphere of the house made it impossible to focus, and every shadow seemed to twist and shift with malicious intent. The occasional flicker of lights only heightened my anxiety, turning familiar objects into ghostly silhouettes. I thought about Samantha again, wondering what she was dreaming about in her locked room. Was she safe, or was she part of whatever dark secret this house held? The memory of her sweet smile clashed with the growing dread inside me. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but the warnings echoed louder than my instincts. Do not open the door after 8 o'clock. As the night deepened, my eyelids grew heavy despite the adrenaline. I tried to rest, but the fear was a persistent shadow that refused to fade. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the corner of the room, a dark figure standing still and watching. I did not dare look directly at it, knowing the instructions to avoid eye contact. Instead, I focused on the music playing softly in my earbuds, a fragile barrier between me and the unknown. The faint sound of whimpering reached my ears, low and sorrowful. The note had warned me about the dog that did not exist, and I shivered as the realization sank, in that the sound was coming from somewhere deep within the walls. I curled up tighter on the bed, wishing for the morning light, for safety, for anything to end this nightmare. Then, at precisely 10:30, the atmosphere shifted again. The house seemed to exhale, as if a long-held breath had finally been released. The pounding in the basement ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound silence that felt almost unnatural. The whispering grew faint, then stopped altogether. Exhausted and trembling, I sank onto the floor, tears streaming down my face as the weight of the night finally broke through my defenses. I didn't know what had happened, or what had been so close to me. I only knew that I had survived, and that dawn was my only hope. I clutched the note once more, my fingers tracing the words that had been my guide through darkness. I promised myself that I would follow every rule, no matter how strange or terrifying, because in this house, safety was a fragile, elusive thing, one that I could only grasp by obeying the unknown forces at play. As the first light of morning crept through the curtains, I allowed myself a moment of fragile hope, knowing that the house would hold its secrets for another day, and that I was still very much a part of its unfolding mystery. The dawn broke slowly, spilling pale light through the heavy curtains of the guest room, yet despite the arrival of morning, the oppressive atmosphere of the house remained unchanged. My body ached from hours of tense stillness, every muscle stiff and sore from the vigilance I'd maintained throughout the night. Sleep had eluded me entirely, replaced by a relentless watchfulness and a deep, gnawing fear that had settled like a stone in my stomach. As I lay there on the cold floor, I tried to make sense of the events that had unfolded, replaying every detail, every sound that had crept through the shadows. The growls, the scratching, the whispers, and the pounding footsteps beneath the floorboards. It all felt like a nightmare I couldn't wake from, but this was no dream. It was real, all too real, and the house had shown me its dark side in ways I could never have imagined. I pulled the note from my pocket once more, its worn edges a grim reminder of the warnings and instructions I had so carefully tried to follow. I had done everything I could to protect myself, to stay within the fragile safety net the Collins family had woven for me. Locking Samantha's door, staying in the living room with the lights on, avoiding the basement, not answering the phone, and not turning around if I was tapped on the shoulder. It all seemed absurd at first. But now every rule was etched into my mind like a lifeline. I wondered what had become of Samantha. I could still hear the muffled sounds from her room, the faint whimpers and growls that had shaken me to my core. Had the locked door really been enough to keep her safe? Or was there something more sinister at work, something that even the strictest precautions couldn't stop? The thought made my heart race anew, and I felt a fresh wave of helplessness crash over me. The house was eerily quiet now, but I knew better than to trust that silence. It was the kind that filled the spaces where danger lurked unseen, waiting to reveal itself again when I least expected it. The walls seemed to breathe with secrets, shadows pooling in corners and stretching across the floor like dark fingers reaching out to claim me. I rose slowly, every step cautious as I moved toward the kitchen to fetch another glass of milk. The note's advice had been clear. The milk was a shield against the urges and temptations that the house would try to impose. My hands trembled as I opened the refrigerator, searching for the cold bottle, and I took a long drink, the chill spreading through my chest and calming some of the tension. Just as I set the glass down, a faint movement caught my eye from the hallway. I froze. The corner of my vision had been filled with a shifting shadow, something dark and indistinct. My mind screamed at me not to look directly, but curiosity and fear battled within me. Slowly, I turned my head just enough to glimpse a figure standing silently at the edge of the living room. It was a man, or at least something resembling a man. His features were obscured by the dim light, but the shape was unmistakable, tall, thin, and unnaturally still. His eyes glowed faintly yellow, piercing the darkness with an intensity that made my skin crawl. For a moment, our gazes locked, and I felt an overwhelming chill that spread through my entire body. The figure did not move or speak, Instead, it simply watched me with a calm that felt anything but peaceful. Then, without warning, it vanished, melting back into the shadows as if it had never been there. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I clenched my fists to steady myself. Whatever that was, it was a reminder that I was not alone in this house, and that the warnings I had received were only the beginning. I thought back to the part of the note that spoke of the figure that might appear in the corner of the room, urging me not to look at it or listen to its muttering. I had tried to follow that advice, but now I wondered how much more I could endure before the terror became too much. The hours passed slowly, filled with an unshakable sense of dread. I kept the lights on as much as possible, the harsh artificial glow pushing back the darkness, if only slightly. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed solemnly, marking each hour with a weighty reminder of how much time had elapsed since I'd entered the house, and how much longer I might have to stay. At one point, I heard a soft whimpering coming from the far end of the hall. The note had warned me about a dog that did not exist, but the sound was unmistakably canine. It was pitiful and distant, like the cries of an animal trapped and in pain. I wanted to follow the sound, to find the source and offer comfort, but the rules forbade me from wandering the house after dark. Fear won over compassion, and I stayed rooted in place, fighting back tears as the sound faded away. When night edged toward morning, the pounding in the basement started again. The familiar thuds echoed through the floorboards, growing louder and more frantic. I clenched my teeth and kept my back firmly against the wall, repeating the mantra that had carried me this far. Do not go down there. Do not open Samantha's door. Stay in the light. Suddenly, the pounding stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The silence that followed was heavier than before, a suffocating blanket of stillness that pressed down on my chest. I realized then that I had no idea how much longer I could survive this ordeal. Exhaustion overtook me and I sank down onto the floor, hugging my knees to my chest. The darkness no longer seemed quite so menacing in the weak light of dawn, but the memories of the night's horrors clung to me like shadows refusing to fade. I promised myself I would hold on just a little longer, that I would see this through and find out the truth about Samantha, the house, and whatever haunted its walls. As the first rays of sunlight crept through the windows, I allowed myself a brief moment of hope. Maybe the day would bring answers, or at least a chance to escape this nightmare. But deep inside, I knew that the house had more secrets yet to reveal, and that my ordeal was far from over. The morning light filtered weakly through the thick curtains as I sat at the edge of the guest bed, my hands trembling as I tried to steady the small cup of coffee I'd made. Sleep had finally claimed me sometime in the early hours, but it was a fitful rest filled with fragments of the night's terrors, the growls echoing in the hallways, the yellow eyes watching from the shadows, and Samantha's desperate pleas before she was locked away. Now, as dawn crept in, the house felt momentarily still, but that quiet was fragile, like the eye of a storm. I had made a decision. I couldn't stay in this house a moment longer, not without answers. Something dark had taken root here, and I wasn't sure it would ever truly leave. I needed to find Samantha. She was the heart of this nightmare, the innocent child caught in the middle of whatever cursed this place. I told myself I had to be strong for her, even if it meant facing the things that had kept me prisoner through the night. Carefully, I rose and moved toward the door, the wood cold and heavy beneath my fingers as I unlatched the lock on Samantha's room. The door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit space beyond. Her bed was untouched, the sheets neatly pulled up as if she had never slept there. My heart sank. Where was she? A faint noise drew my attention, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming from the far corner of the room. I moved cautiously, and there, partially hidden behind the heavy curtains, was Samantha. Her wide eyes shone with a mixture of fear and relief as she clutched a small stuffed animal to her chest. "I didn't want to sleep," she whispered, her voice trembling. "He comes for me in the dark." I knelt beside her, pulling her close. "I'm here now, Samantha. You're safe." Her body shook with quiet sobs, and I realized that the monster she had feared was more than just a shadow in the night. The growls, the footsteps, the voices, whatever haunted this house had tormented her too. But now, we would face it together. With Samantha clinging to me, I returned to the living room to find the house eerily silent. The oppressive presence that had weighed so heavily over the night seemed to recede, but I knew better than to trust it. The note's warnings echoed in my mind: stay in the light, don't answer the phone, never turn around if touched. But I felt ready now to confront what I had once feared. I retrieved my phone and called the Collins family. Mrs. Collins answered, her voice tense but relieved to hear from me. I told her about Samantha, about the noises and the terrifying experiences of the night. She listened carefully and promised to send help immediately. Minutes later, headlights flashed through the trees as Mr. and Mrs. Collins returned, accompanied by a team of local officers and a priest carrying a small vial of holy water. The house filled with voices, urgent commands, prayers, and comforting words, and I realized how desperately we needed their presence to push back the darkness. Together we moved through the house. The officers swept the halls, flashlights cutting through shadows that seemed to flicker and twist at their edges. The priest sprinkled holy water in each room, chanting prayers that echoed against the old brick walls. The atmosphere shifted, the oppressive weight lifting with each incantation. When we reached the basement door, my heart hammered in my chest. I remembered the note's warnings, the temptation, the danger hidden beneath. The officers exchanged looks before the priest placed a cross above the doorframe, murmuring a final prayer. Slowly, the door creaked open. Inside, the darkness was thick and suffocating. We shone our flashlights into the shadows, revealing nothing but old furniture and dusty boxes. Yet the air felt charged, as if something unseen still lurked just beyond our vision. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the far corner of the basement. The officers tensed, weapons raised, but before anyone could react, a faint whimper pierced the silence. Samantha, trembling but brave, stepped forward and pointed toward a small crawl space beneath the stairs. Inside the cramped space, we found a hidden door. With effort, one of the officers pried it open to reveal a narrow tunnel descending further underground. The darkness was impenetrable, but we knew we had to follow. The crawl space led to a small chamber where faint light flickered, and there, huddled beneath a threadbare blanket, was an old dog, its eyes shining with gratitude as it licked Samantha's face. The dog's whimpers ceased, replaced by soft tail wags. The creature that had haunted the house was not a beast of flesh and bone, but something darker, something that fed on fear and loneliness, twisting the familiar into nightmares. The dog had been a silent guardian, trapped and scared, but real and comforting in a way the shadows never were. With Samantha safe and the presence in the house weakened by our prayers and courage, the Collins family and I began to understand the true nature of the house's curse. It was a place marked by grief and sorrow, haunted by memories of loss and regret. But through faith, love, and courage, the darkness could be held at bay. As the sun rose higher, the house seemed to breathe again, the shadows retreating into the corners. Samantha, exhausted but safe, clung to her parents, and I knew that this chapter of the house's story was coming to a close. I packed my things, feeling a mixture of relief and lingering unease. The Collins family thanked me with tears in their eyes, promising to care for Samantha and the house with newfound vigilance. Driving away, I looked back once at the towering Victorian home, now bathed in morning light. The nightmare was over, for now. But the echoes of that night would remain with me forever, a reminder of the fragile line between safety and terror. And as I merged back onto the road, I whispered a silent vow to never forget the lessons I had learned within those haunted walls. Trust your instincts, respect the darkness, but never lose hope. For even in the deepest night, light can find a way to break through. I never imagined I would end up here, stuck in this endless nightmare. But life has a strange way of pushing you into corners where you have no choice but to keep going. My name is Luke. I am 23 years old, and honestly, I have never been the type to really thrive in social situations or chase opportunities. While most of my classmates were out joining clubs, networking, or lining up internships, I kept to myself, buried in my studies. hoping to somehow make it through college without sinking under the weight of everything. The pressure was suffocating, not just from exams or grades, but from the constant looming dread of mounting debt. I had sent out countless applications for part-time jobs, but no one seemed to call back. The more I searched, the more impossible it felt to find anything decent. My rent was barely manageable, and the thought of drowning in loans was unbearable. It seemed like I was barely scraping by, holding on by a thread. One day, scrolling through job listings, I came across an opening that caught my eye immediately. It was for a night security position at a scientific research center on the outskirts of town. The posting was simple: monitor security cameras overnight, good pay, immediate start. It sounded like a godsend. No fancy qualifications, no experience required, just a chance to make some money. I hesitated for only a moment before hitting apply. I was desperate, and honestly, I didn't care about the details. The vague and minimal information about the facility was unsettling, but the offer was too good to pass up. I needed this job. 2 days later, I got a call. The voice on the other end was clipped and impersonal. No name was given. I was told my interview would be at 6 o'clock that evening. No excuses. There was something about the tone, almost like an order, but I wasn't in a position to argue. The research center was tucked away in a remote part of town, surrounded by thick woods that seemed to swallow the sun. The drive there was long and winding, with nothing but trees and silence on either side of the narrow road. When I finally pulled up to the building, it looked stark and clinical, like it had been plucked straight from a science fiction movie. The exterior was cold and unwelcoming, with huge panes of glass reflecting the dying light. Inside, the air was heavy with a faint antiseptic smell that made me want to cough. The floors gleamed as if they had been polished 1,000 times. The whole place was eerily quiet. I found myself in a minimalist lobby where I waited, trying not to let my nerves get the best of me. It wasn't long before a man appeared. His name was Mr. Klein. He was tall and thin, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit with a deep burgundy tie. His face was sharp, almost too sharp, with cold gray eyes that felt like they were piercing right through me. His movements were stiff and deliberate, as if he was programmed to be efficient and nothing more. When he shook my hand, it was firm but devoid of any warmth. He wasted no time getting to the point. "You have no experience," he said flatly, scanning my resume as if he already knew the answer. "That's right," I admitted, "but I'm a fast learner, and I'm good at staying alert. I think I can handle watching the cameras." He looked at me for what felt like an eternity, silence pressing down on me like a physical weight. Then, without another word, he nodded. "You start tonight." He slid a contract across the desk and handed me a set of keys. There was no further explanation. Before I could even read the paper in front of me, he added, "You must work here for 3 weeks before you decide to quit. Follow the rules carefully. You will find the instructions inside the security room." I signed the contract and took the keys without hesitation. The pay was too good to turn down, even if everything else about this situation felt wrong. The corridors of the research center were long and sterile. A few people passed by me, heads down, busy with their work. Some glanced at me with suspicion or disdain, but no one spoke. I made my way to the security office, a small, windowless room tucked away at the back of the building. Inside, there were a bank of monitors, a chair, and a desk cluttered with cables and equipment. I sat down and pulled out the envelope Mr. Klein had given me. Inside was a list of 7 rules. The more I read, the more uneasy I felt. The first rule was to lock the door behind me when I entered the security room, and never open it for anyone except Mr. Klein. It sounded like basic security, but the emphasis on one person felt odd. The second rule said if I heard whistling, I was to find the nearest bathroom and hide until it stopped. I reread that line more than once, wondering what kind of place I had just walked into. The third rule was the most disturbing. If I saw a faceless man on the cameras, I had to call an inspector immediately. If I couldn't reach him, I was to go to the electrical room on the 2nd floor and pray it didn't find me. The next rules told me never to talk to anyone except Mr. Klein, never fall asleep on the job, and to contact Klein immediately if the cameras shut down. The final rule warned me about black liquid filling the security room and told me not to touch the floor and to stay as still and quiet as possible until it disappeared. I tried to laugh it off, convincing myself it was some bizarre joke or hazing ritual. The pay was excellent, and I needed the money. What else could I do? The first few nights passed uneventfully. The routine became monotonous. Watch the monitors, note any unusual activity, and make sure everything was locked down. The building was quiet, sometimes too quiet, but I told myself that old buildings creak and groan. Shadows flicker. It was nothing to worry about. But on the 8th night, everything changed. I was scrolling through my phone to pass the time when a figure appeared on one of the cameras. At first, it was just a shadow moving stiffly down the hallway. But as it got closer, I saw it was a tall man in a long white coat. He moved in a strange, jerky way, like a puppet on strings. My heart sank when I saw his face. There was no face, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth, blank skin. I felt my breath catch in my throat. This had to be some trick of the camera, a glitch, but my instincts screamed that it was real, that this thing was coming for me. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my phone and tried to call the inspector, but the line was dead. My hands shook as I scrambled to figure out what to do. Then the lights flickered and died. The monitors went black. Cold terror gripped me as I bolted from the room, running down the empty halls toward the stairwell. I could hear slow, deliberate breathing behind me. I dared not look back. I made it to the 2nd floor, heart pounding in my ears. The shadows seemed darker here, closing in around me. I found the electrical room and slammed the door behind me, locking it tight. My hands trembled as I turned on my phone's flashlight. Then I heard it, a faint, eerie whistling growing louder just outside the door. I was trapped. The whistling was relentless. It drifted through the doorframe like a cold wind, sharp and unnatural. I pressed myself into the farthest corner of the electrical room, every muscle in my body trembling. My breath came in shallow gasps as the sound grew louder, closer, like it was right outside waiting. I kept my eyes fixed on the door, willing it not to open, willing myself to stay perfectly still. It felt like hours passed. Time lost meaning in that tiny, claustrophobic room. The silence that followed the whistling was almost worse. The kind of silence that presses down on your chest, making it hard to breathe. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that whatever was out there would just go away. After what seemed like forever, the whistling stopped. The scratching noises that had accompanied it faded into nothing. I held my breath, barely daring to move. Slowly, almost unwillingly, I peeked around the door. The hallway was empty, bathed in a pale, flickering light from the emergency bulbs. I didn't hesitate. I bolted out of the electrical room, sprinting down the stairs and through the winding corridors. The building's cold, sterile walls blurred past me as adrenaline propelled me forward. I didn't look back until I reached the security booth. I slammed the door behind me and locked it tight. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, struggling to lock the door. I triple-checked the lock, pulling the handle to make sure it wouldn't budge. The silence outside was deafening, broken only by the distant hum of machines and the occasional creak from the building settling. I wanted to scream, to call someone, anyone, but the voice inside me screamed to stay quiet. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat in the small security room, watching the blank monitors, unable to tear my eyes away. The job that once seemed simple and boring had turned into a waking nightmare. Every shadow, every sound set my nerves on edge. I kept the rules close in my mind, repeating them like a mantra. Don't open the door. Don't fall asleep. Don't answer the phone. Don't trust anyone but Klein. By the 2nd week, the isolation was crushing. The building felt alive, like it was watching me, waiting for me to slip up. My reflection in the monitors looked gaunt and hollow, a pale face with dark circles beneath sunken eyes. The exhaustion was unbearable, but I knew I couldn't quit, not until the 3 weeks were up. The strange things I saw on the cameras became more frequent. flickers of movement just out of frame, glimpses of shadows darting in the hallways. One night, a pair of black eyes stared directly at the camera, unblinking and endless. I froze, heart pounding, unable to tear my gaze away until the screen fizzled into static. There was no one in the halls, nothing but the cold, empty silence. But I knew it was there, stalking me, waiting for the moment I let my guard down. Every time I heard a noise, footsteps echoing, the soft drag of something across the floor, I jumped, hand reaching instinctively for the lock. The rules were my only lifeline. I memorized them word for word, terrified of what would happen if I slipped up. The one about the black liquid still haunted me. What kind of nightmare involved liquid filling a room? I didn't want to find out, but every day the dread grew. One morning, on my way out, I passed a researcher I hadn't seen before. He was tall and thin, wearing a spotless white lab coat. His eyes were calm but unsettling, like he knew something I didn't. He gave me a brief nod, but the way he looked at me sent a chill down my spine. I opened my mouth to say something, but he turned and vanished into the maze of hallways. That night, as I settled into the security room for another shift, I heard a faint voice whispering my name. It was soft at first, barely audible, but it grew louder, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but the voice kept calling. I pressed my hands against my ears, desperate for silence. Then there was a knock at the door. 3 sharp, deliberate raps that echoed in the small room. My heart leapt into my throat. I stared at the door, paralyzed by fear. The knocking came again, followed by a voice I recognized instantly. "Luke," it said. "It's me, Klein. I'm coming in." Relief washed over me as the door rattled and slowly opened. It really was Klein. I stood, ready to explain myself, to breathe for the first time in hours. But something was wrong. The man who stepped inside was not Klein. His face was smooth, featureless, a blank, pale mask where eyes and mouth should have been. His movements were too fluid, too unnatural. He moved with an eerie grace that made my skin crawl. I stumbled back, knocking over the chair as panic surged through me. I reached for the recorder I always kept in my pocket, the only thing I had left to capture this nightmare. My hands trembled as I pressed the record button, hoping my words would survive me. The creature reached out with long, spindly fingers, its touch like ice, sucking the warmth from my body. I felt my strength drain away as it pulled me closer, its faceless head looming over me. My vision blurred, and my screams caught in my throat. Then darkness. When I came to, everything was hazy. My head throbbed, and the air was cold and stale. The first thing I realized was that I wasn't in the security booth anymore. I was somewhere else, a dark, cramped space, with walls that seemed to close in around me. I could barely move, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. Panic started to bubble up in my chest, but it was quickly swallowed by an overwhelming sense of numbness. The faintest glimmers of light flickered in the distance, like a faint heartbeat in the darkness. I tried to call out, but my voice was barely a whisper, swallowed by the thick silence. The cold pressed against my skin, sinking deep into my bones. It was as if the air itself was trying to freeze me in place. Then I saw it, a shape looming just beyond my field of vision. It was enormous, twisting and shifting like smoke caught in a breeze. I blinked, and it seemed to stretch farther, sprawling across the shadows. The faceless figure from the security booth was there too, standing motionless with those unblinking eyes that offered no comfort, no humanity. I tried to remember the rules, the list I'd memorized and clung to like a lifeline, but in this place, none of them seemed to matter. I felt detached from everything I once knew, my job, the building, even myself. It was like I had been pulled into a nightmare painted in shades of black and gray. The presence moved closer, an unnatural grace that made no sound. My heart pounded painfully in my chest, but the usual fight-or-flight instinct was nowhere to be found. I was trapped between terror and paralysis. The faceless figure raised one long, spindly arm and pointed at something behind me. I dared to glance over my shoulder and saw a glowing door, barely visible in the gloom. It flickered, as if beckoning me. With no other choice, I stumbled toward it, every step feeling like wading through thick fog. As I reached out and touched the door's surface, a rush of cold shot through me. Suddenly I was back in the security booth, gasping for air as if I had just emerged from underwater. The harsh fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the monitors flickered back to life. I blinked, trying to adjust to the sudden brightness. It was as if I had been yanked from one world into another. I looked around frantically, checking the locks in the door. It was shut tight. For a moment, relief flooded over me. I was safe, at least for now. But the nightmare wasn't over. As I sat down, trying to calm my shaking hands, the monitors caught my attention. One screen flickered and went black, then another. A chill crept over me. This was no glitch. Something was happening. I scanned the cameras, searching for movement, for anything that could explain the sudden darkness. That's when I saw it again. Eyes, deep, black, endless eyes, staring out from the shadows of the hallway on camera 4. I froze, breath caught in my throat, feeling as if those eyes were staring straight through the screen and into me. The lights flickered again, casting long, twisted shadows down the halls. My phone buzzed suddenly, making me jump. I looked down to see a message from an unknown number. Do not trust him. My pulse quickened. Who was him? Was it Klein? Was it the faceless man? Or someone else entirely? Before I could process the message, a faint tapping started at the door. Slow, deliberate knocks that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My hand trembled as I reached for the lock, bolting it with shaky fingers. "Who is it?" I called out, voice cracking. No answer, just silence, and the tapping continued, rhythmic and unyielding. Suddenly the door rattled violently, as if someone was trying to force it open. I backed away, heart pounding like a drum, eyes scanning the room for something, anything, to defend myself. The tapping stopped. The monitors blinked back to life, one by one, but the images were no longer static. The hallways were empty, silent, as if nothing had disturbed the peace. Or so it seemed. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call from Klein. I hesitated, but answered. "Luke," his voice came through, cold and detached. "You have violated the rules." "What? No, I haven't. I'm following the rules exactly." Rule 6 clearly states, if your camera's shut off, contact me immediately. You failed to do so in a timely manner. Your actions have consequences. "Look, I'm scared, okay? Something's in the building. It's not normal. I need help." There was a pause on the line. Then, "Stay where you are. Do not leave the booth. Wait for further instructions." Before I could respond, the line went dead. I sat back, phone trembling in my hand, the weight of his words pressing down on me like a stone. What consequences? I was terrified, trapped, and completely alone. As the night dragged on, the atmosphere in the building grew heavier. The silence was no longer empty. It was full of unseen eyes watching, waiting. The shadows seemed to crawl closer with every flicker of the lights. I tried to keep myself busy, running through the rules over and over, but every creak, every breath of air made me jump. I could hear faint whispering behind the walls, voices just out of reach, taunting and cruel. Sleep was impossible. Exhaustion settled into my bones, but the moment I closed my eyes, the nightmares came back, visions of faceless figures, endless darkness, and that suffocating cold that wrapped around me like chains. By dawn, I was a shell of myself. My hands were raw from gripping the chair so tightly. My mind was frayed, hanging onto sanity by the thinnest thread. The sun rose outside the building, but inside the shadows refused to retreat. I didn't know how much longer I could hold on. The 3 weeks felt like an eternity, and I wasn't sure I would make it. All I knew was that I had to keep watching, keep waiting, because the moment I stopped, I was lost. Morning came as a pale light barely seeping through the heavy windows of the research institute. I felt numb, my body aching from hours of tension, my eyes stinging from the harsh glow of the monitors. I hadn't slept, not really. just brief moments where my mind drifted away only to be jolted back by some unexplained noise or shadow flickering on the cameras. The silence of the building was suffocating, filled with a strange kind of menace that seemed to seep into my very bones. Despite the exhaustion, I forced myself to get up and stretch, trying to shake the creeping dread that had settled in the pit of my stomach. I moved slowly around the security booth, checking every monitor, making sure none had gone dark. The screens showed the endless hallways, dimly lit and empty, but I knew better than to trust what I saw. Somewhere in those shadows lurked things that didn't belong here. The rules weighed heavily on my mind. I went over them again, as if repeating them aloud would somehow ward off the darkness outside the door. Rule 1. Lock the door and never open it to anyone except Mr. Klein. Rule 2. If you hear the whistling, run to the nearest bathroom and hide. Rule 3. The faceless man on the cameras meant danger, and you had to call for help immediately. But help never came. Every call I made went unanswered, and the inspector's number seemed like a cruel joke. I rubbed my face, trying to clear the fog in my mind. The cold, sterile air in the booth pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. I looked at the clock, just after 6 in the morning. Another shift done, or so I thought. Then the whistling started. It was soft at first, barely noticeable, a low, haunting tune that echoed through the walls, winding its way through the silent corridors. My heart slammed against my ribs. I knew what to do, but my legs felt like they were stuck in quicksand. The sound grew louder, echoing just outside the booth's door. I wanted to move, to run, but my body refused. The cold seeped into my skin, creeping like tiny fingers, pulling me down into something darker than night. I thought of the bathroom, the safe place I was supposed to hide in. But it felt miles away, and every second the whistling grew stronger, closer, almost like it was breathing right on the other side of the door. Then it stopped. A deafening silence took its place, thick and heavy. I dared to breathe again, but the peace was shattered by a series of soft knocks at the door, slow, deliberate. My pulse thundered in my ears. "Who's there?" I managed to whisper. No answer, only the relentless tapping continued. I fumbled for the keys, my fingers trembling as I turned the lock, pulling the door closed just a crack. Peering out, I saw nothing but the empty hallway bathed in flickering fluorescent light. No one. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I closed the door, bolting it tight once more. I slumped back into my chair, hands shaking as I gripped the edge of the desk. The shadows seemed to creep closer, pressing in on me with every passing moment. The monitors flickered, one by one, going black before returning to life with strange distortions. I focused on each screen, searching for any sign of movement. And then, there it was again, those eyes. Black, endless, unblinking eyes staring from the end of the hall. A cold dread settled over me. The eyes moved closer, slowly, deliberately, as if watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing, willing the terror to fade. When I opened them, the eyes were gone. The hallway was empty once more. Just my imagination, that's all it was. I told myself that over and over, but deep down I knew it was a lie. My phone vibrated sharply on the desk, startling me out of my thoughts. A new message, this time from an unknown contact. "Do not trust Klein." I swallowed hard, confusion twisting in my chest. Who was sending these warnings? Could I trust anyone here? The feeling of being watched intensified, as if the walls themselves had ears. Hours passed in a blur of flickering lights, static on the monitors, and the ever-present hum of the building settling into itself. I felt like a prisoner, trapped in a cage of glass and shadows, with unseen eyes tracking every move. When the next shift change came, I was still there, broken but unwilling to give up. The longer I stayed, the more the line between reality and nightmare blurred. My reflection in the dark screens looked like a stranger, pale, hollow-eyed, haunted. One evening I caught sight of a new figure on the monitors, a tall man in a lab coat, but his face was obscured by darkness. He moved differently than the others I'd seen, gliding silently through the halls with a purpose that chilled me. I tried to call out on the radio, but my voice was swallowed by static. Later that night, the door to my booth rattled violently. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding, and the knocking stopped as suddenly as it began. When I dared to look up, the door creaked open a sliver, revealing the silhouette of a man standing just beyond the threshold. "Jason," the voice was soft, but I knew it instantly. "You're not safe here." Before I could respond, the figure disappeared down the hall, swallowed by the darkness. I was left alone, trembling and more afraid than ever. Days bled into nights, each one darker and colder than the last. The strange occurrences increased, unexplained noises, fleeting glimpses of figures, whispers that seemed to echo just beyond hearing. I clung to the rules like a lifeline, but every step I took felt like sinking deeper into a nightmare with no escape. One night, the monitors suddenly flickered out, plunging me into darkness. I felt the presence in the room before I saw it, a cold, heavy weight pressing down on me, freezing me in place. The faceless figure stepped into view, its smooth, featureless face inches from mine. I wanted to scream, to run, but my voice was gone. Then, just as suddenly, the light snapped back on and the figure vanished. I was left alone in the quiet, shattered and trembling. By the time my final shift approached, I was a shadow of the person who had walked into the institute weeks ago. The job had stolen my sleep, my peace, my sense of reality. But I had to finish. I had to survive until the end. Because if I didn't know what would happen to me, or to anyone who came after. The night of my final shift had arrived, and the weight of it pressed down on me like a stone. I could barely move without feeling the exhaustion in my bones. My mind was a tangled mess of fear and determination. I knew what was waiting for me in that building, but I had no choice. 3 weeks, that was the deal, and I was going to see it through, no matter the cost. As I locked the door behind me and settled into the security booth, the familiar hum of the monitors and the flickering of the fluorescent lights greeted me like old ghosts. The silence in the building was thick, almost suffocating, but by now it felt like home, a dreadful kind of home. I double-checked every camera feed, scanning the darkened hallways and empty labs. The shadows danced in ways that didn't make sense. The building itself seemed alive, breathing in the darkness, waiting for something to happen. The rules were tattooed on my mind now, a mantra I repeated silently. Lock the door. Don't open it except for Klein. Run if you hear the whistling. Hide if the faceless man appears. Never sleep. Stay alert. At first, the shift was quiet, eerily so. Then the whistling began. It was faint at first, like the distant song of a bird lost in the night. My breath caught. I froze, every muscle tensed. The sound grew louder, sliding along the walls and curling around the corners of the hallways. I gripped the edge of the desk, trying to keep my panic from rising. The whistling was a signal, a warning, but it felt more like a summons. I wanted to run to the bathroom like the rules said, but my feet felt glued to the floor. The booth felt smaller, the shadows darker. The whistling came closer, a strange melody that seemed to echo inside my skull. Suddenly the lights flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. The monitors went blank. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached for my phone. But it was dead. No signal, no connection. Then I felt it, the presence. Cold, heavy, oppressive. It filled the room with a silence that screamed. And then the door rattled, hard, like someone or something was trying to get in. I pressed my back against the wall, eyes wide in the pitch black. The knocking stopped, replaced by a low, guttural sound, almost like a growl. My breath came fast and shallow. I remembered the rule about the faceless man, about calling the inspector, but I had no way to reach him, no way out. A cold breeze swept through the room, carrying with it a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was mocking, cruel. I closed my eyes, telling myself this was just my mind playing tricks, that I was safe, that the night would pass, but the truth was, I was terrified. When I opened my eyes, I saw a faint glow coming from the corner of the booth. A figure was there, tall and slender, with smooth, pale skin stretched tight over a face that was nothing. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank canvas. It stepped forward slowly, each movement deliberate and unnatural. The air grew colder still, biting at my skin. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My legs felt numb. The figure reached out with long, spindly fingers and touched my face. The coldness was unbearable, like ice seeping into my soul. Suddenly, the monitors flickered back to life, bathing the room in pale blue light. The figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving me trembling and gasping for breath. I collapsed into the chair, hands shaking uncontrollably. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just experienced. Was this the end? Was I going to be consumed by whatever haunted this place? Minutes passed like hours. The building settled back into silence, but the fear lingered like a shadow. Then, the door creaked open. I spun around, expecting the faceless man or something worse, but it was Klein. His face was calm, almost indifferent. He stepped inside and locked the door behind him. "You made it," he said quietly. I stared at him, not trusting my voice. What is this place? What are you?" He sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. "You've seen enough. This institute was never about science. It's a prison, a trap for something we don't fully understand. The things you've encountered, they are not human, not alive in any sense we know." I swallowed hard, trying to steady myself. Why me? Why hire someone with no experience and send me into this nightmare? Klein's eyes darkened. "Because you were expendable, because you had no one to watch over you. This place thrives on fear and isolation. It feeds on it. The rules are there to keep you alive for as long as possible." "Is there a way out?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He hesitated. "There is always a way, but it comes at a price." Before I could respond, the room shook violently. The lights flickered and died again, plunging us into darkness. A deep, guttural growl echoed from the halls. The building seemed to groan, alive with rage. Klein's expression hardened. "You need to leave. Now." I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding like a drum. We moved quickly through the hallways, shadows chasing us, whispers calling our names. At the exit, Klein stopped. "This door leads outside, but once you step through, you can never come back." I looked back at him, confusion and fear warring in my chest. He gave a grim smile. "Goodbye, Jason." I hesitated, then ran through the door into the cold night air. The forest around the institute was dark and silent, the moon casting long shadows across the path. I didn't stop running until the lights of the city appeared in the distance. I didn't look back. The institute faded into the night behind me, a nightmare locked away in the shadows. But the memories lingered, haunting my dreams and waking moments alike. I had survived, but I was forever changed. The faceless man, the whistling, the black liquid, they were real. And they were waiting. The days after I escaped, the research institute felt like a blur, as if I was moving through a fog that refused to lift. The city's noise, the hum of normal life, should have been a comfort, but instead, it only made me feel more alone. I was haunted by the memories of those shadowed halls, the faceless man, and that terrible icy touch. It was like a stain on my mind I could not wash away. At first, I tried to pretend it hadn't happened. I told myself it was a nightmare I had woken from, a terrible hallucination born from exhaustion and stress. But the nightmares came back worse than ever, dreams filled with whistling that echoed through endless corridors and faceless figures reaching for me in the dark. I stopped answering calls and texts from friends, pushing them away because no one could understand. How do you explain something that sounds insane? How do you convince someone you barely understand yourself that you face something beyond comprehension? Then came the calls. The phone would ring late at night. I'd pick it up, and there was nothing but silence. Sometimes, a low, chilling whistle would slip through before the line went dead. My skin crawled every time. I reached out to Klein once, hoping for answers, but the number he gave me was disconnected. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air, like everything connected to the institute was being erased. Desperation drove me to dig deeper. I began researching the history of the institute, trying to find anything that could explain what I'd experienced. Old newspaper clippings, forgotten reports, even whispers in online forums led me to an unsettling truth. The facility had been the site of strange disappearances and inexplicable phenomena for decades. Many people who worked there or even just entered the grounds had vanished without a trace. The local townspeople called it cursed, but no official investigation had ever taken place. The government seemed to have quietly swept everything under the rug, keeping the dark secrets hidden behind closed doors and sealed files. One afternoon, as I sat in a small cafe, lost in thought and nursing a cold coffee, a shadow fell over my table. I looked up to see a woman in her late 40s, her eyes sharp and tired. "You're Jason, aren't you?" she asked quietly. I nodded warily. "Who wants to know?" "My name is Elaine. I used to work at the Institute. Before it all went wrong, I've been watching you for a while, hoping you'd come back." I swallowed hard. Why? Why would I come back to that nightmare? She gave a sad smile. "Because it's not over. Not for you, and not for any of us." Elaine explained that the Institute was a front for experiments beyond human understanding, where they tried to unlock powers and forces that should have stayed buried. The faceless man was a byproduct of those experiments, something that existed between worlds, an echo of the horrors unleashed. But there was hope. Elaine spoke of a way to end the cycle, to seal the darkness away for good. It would require returning to the ruins of the Institute and confronting what lurked inside. I felt my heart drop, fear clawing at my throat. The thought of going back filled me with dread, but also something else, resolve. If I didn't face it, this nightmare would follow me forever. Together we prepared for the journey. Elaine gathered old equipment, tools once used by the researchers, now repurposed as weapons against the darkness. She handed me a small talisman, something she said would protect me from the worst of it. The night we returned, the air around the Institute was colder than ever, the silence more complete. The moon was hidden behind heavy clouds, and the trees whispered warnings as we made our way up the cracked steps. The building loomed above us, a monument to forgotten terror. The front doors creaked open with a sound that felt like a scream. Inside, the darkness was suffocating. The walls seemed to breathe, pulsing with a life of their own. Shadows flickered at the edges of our vision, and the familiar whispering whistle haunted the air. We moved cautiously, every step echoing through the empty halls. I could feel unseen eyes watching us, waiting. Suddenly, the faceless man appeared, tall, silent, and utterly terrifying. It moved like a shadow slipping through the cracks, its presence chilling the room. I gripped the talisman tightly as Elaine began chanting an old incantation she had learned from the Institute's secret records. The air thickened, charged with energy. The faceless man lunged, but a barrier of light erupted between us, forcing it back with an unearthly howl. The battle that followed was a blur of fear and determination. Shadows clawed at us, the walls seemed to close in, and the building itself groaned in fury. But Elaine's chanting grew stronger, and I held firm, refusing to give in. Finally, with a burst of radiant light, the darkness shattered. The faceless man screamed, dissolving into a mist that evaporated into nothingness. The oppressive weight lifted, and the building felt empty once more. We staggered outside into the cold dawn, exhausted but alive. The nightmare was over. In the weeks that followed, the Institute was demolished, reduced to rubble and dust. The town slowly began to heal, and the stories faded into legend. As for me, I found a strange peace. The shadows that haunted my mind began to recede. I rebuilt my life, carrying the memories but no longer held captive by them. I never forgot the rules, the terror, or the faceless man, but I learned that even in the darkest places, light can break through. And sometimes surviving is about facing your fears and refusing to be swallowed by them.